Hey everyone. Sorry about that. I realized that got a little late getting going, but let's see if I can't get this set up properly. Hey Strap. Strap, there's something I want you to know, and that is that you, yes, you, Strap, you are my little PogChamp, and there is no one who can change that. Reminder to all of you that you matter, valid, loved, worthy of love, important, allowed to have emotions and bad days. So proud of all of you for existing and thankful that you're around. Well, thank you. Did you come here for the Pokemon? Wow, Tyrus, I see how it is. I see how it is. I invited you into my home, and this what do you do to me? So shameful. Anyway, once I get this actually functioning, there we go. All right, so hey everyone, we're going to be making a Pokemon region. This is something that I've honestly wanted to do for a very long time, but am finally, because I've now seen other people, that is to say, pretty much Pannaps, blame this all on Pannaps, it's entirely his fault. I am going to be trying to design my own fan region. Gonna do a Boston region. Yes and no. This is not going to be a region based off of any one state in particular. This is going to be a region of New England in general. So once I get some music set up for us, I'll start talking and yapping about that. Okay. Okay. I think that should work. All right, so anyhow, I've wanted to do this for a little while now, and seeing Pannaps talk about his process finally encouraged me to just try, you know? Uh, I wanted to do one similar to how he did it based off of his home being Alaska, or his childhood home at least. I also want to make mine based off of my home, or rather my home region, because I don't want it to just be a love letter to Connecticut or Massachusetts. If I'm going to do a region based off of New England, I want to do a region based off of all New England. For those of you who are not from the US or who just haven't heard the term before, this means there are 6 states involved that I'm going to try to represent: Massachusetts, Maine, Vermont, New Hampshire, Rhode Island, and Connecticut. So let's start by putting these on our idea board. We are calling this the Novanaki region. So Novanaki is a name that I came up with uh, as a mix of things. It's in reference to uh, Nova as in new, but also Nova as in like star, a sun, and Nova as in Unova, the New York region that will be right next door, essentially. If I had the ability to, I would love to someday expand this not just into a fan game, but to give them a post story extension where you can explore Unova, but that is far, far beyond my scope right now. Uh, Anywho, the other part of it is Naki from Abenaki and Wabanaki. The Abenaki were one of the largest groups or cultural groups of indigenous people in the pre-Columbian and honestly for quite a while after that New England habitation. So the region, just typing this out as we go, based off of New England. And then, as a reminder, in case people don't know, Connecticut, New Hampshire, Maine, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Vermont. All right. Where was I? Oh gosh, I'm so flustered by this already. This is just, it's a project that's really near and dear to me. It's something that I've been thinking about Fakemon for on and off basically years now. So to actually be trying to put it to paper is big for me. Flustered Bee is cute bee. I'll take it. So I also want to talk a little bit about some themes here. So, themes for the games. Tradition versus innovation. So one of the things that I really, really liked about Pokemon Black and White that I want to take inspiration from is that they felt like this was always there was not one good, one bad. It was like these are concepts that work in harmony, even if they can sometimes feel at odds with each other. Like how Black and White's core themes were idealism versus truth. And I think this is what I want to bring to the table here. New England is a region that has some of the most varied and in-depth history of any part in the US, but it is also a place that is connected to a lot of innovation, a lot of development, a lot of change societally, in terms of culture, in terms of people and what they're able to create. So there's a lot of layers to it. I want it to be about trying to strike the balance between those contrasting forces. So, with all of that said, let's start with the reason people actually play Pokemon games. The Pokemon. So I wanted to start by assembling a regional dex for us to be using here. And this is going to be a little bit of a tough part, I will admit, because as much as I would love to include the national dex, that's actually a lie. I would much, much rather not include the national dex because there's a lot of Pokemon I just don't care about. And this is my region, so I get to make the rules. Also, Tyrus, do you want to like hop in? I'm doing this in the open voice call section specifically because I want to be able to like have a dialogue while I'm developing things. If you want to. No pressure, obviously, but you're more than welcome to. Alright. Also, thank you for the informational bit there. Always helpful. So, let me eat something. Of course, of course. So, as we get into the regional decks here, we're going to be including Fakemon in this too. So I guess, you know what, I may as well say here. No national decks. I know. Yes, Fakemon. Okay. So, of course, don't worry. I have some media literacy, I like to say, not to brag or anything. So I was trying to think of sorry. I was trying to think of fun ways that I could work through the lists of all of the Pokemon out there. And obviously, I'm going to be talking about my thought process with a lot of them. However, I could just talk about things, or we could use a tier list system, since this is a lot more interactive feeling to me than just setting things up to be just words on paper. Gosh, I am spacing so much. Hold on, I will be right back, chat. Okay, sorry. You have to start with region starters. That is correct, Tyrus. However, before I get to any of the Fakemon, I wanted to start by going through the Pokemon that, you know, already exist and figuring out, are they going to be included or not included? So, with that in mind, this is the criteria we have set up. At the top, Novanaki decks. These are Pokemon that are going to be included as they are from the base games right into our game. Regional variant. These are Pokemon that will be included, but there's going to be a stylistic difference, a typing, a mechanical difference. They're going to be flavored specifically to suit the Novanaki region. For instance, one of the ones that I'm happiest about is I'm bringing back the Wingull line as a regional variant. It's a fact I know personally, having grown up around seagulls in the Northeast, but they are the meanest little pieces of shit you have ever met. So they have lost the water type to become fighting flying, and they also have a different evolution as well. Regional convergent. These are Pokemon that aren't themselves going to appear in this game, but something that is designed to fill the same niche that they have is going to appear. This is like Wiglet and Wugtrio to Diglett and Dugtrio. Unsure. These are ones that honestly I could go multiple ways. I am not entirely sold one way or the other. And exclude are ones that I just don't want to include. Anything that is like a Gigantamax or a Mega Evolution, those automatically go in there also, because I'm hopefully going to eventually be able to come up with my own gimmick mechanic for the region, but it's not going to be either of those. Also, unfortunately, I couldn't find a single place online in my searches that would allow me to easily just go through all of the Pokemon in one swoop to, like, click, yes, put this one in a dex. No, put that one away. So we're going to have to just do this manually. So just because I personally like hurting people, we're going to be starting off by putting all of the Gen 1 starters right into the exclusion category. I like them just as much as everyone else, but I'll be honest, um, not going to include them. I'm the trash woman. They're going in the trash. So I will also say, Tyrus, that I'm going to be using a a resource set that's already been created for Pokemon fan games when I ultimately try to actually make this a thing. So it has a lot of the sprites built in, but only, I believe, from generation 1 to, I want to say, 5 or 6. So we're going to be focusing on those first and foremost. And to be honest, there's not really a ton of other Pokemon outside of those that I really feel like, oh, I have to include this, you know? Let's see. Now we're going to include things similar to the Butterfree and the Beedrill line. I might reverse my decision on them later, but at the moment, we don't need them here. We are also going to have plenty of birds of our own and from other regions, so we don't need those. We're going to have our own early game rodents as well. Honestly, I could probably just, like, talk my way through a lot of these. I am looking forwards to designing a regional snake, but it is not going to be Arbok, so I can just pass right over that too. Pikachu? Oh god. I'm tempted to include Pikachu just because it's like an icon and what have you. But like, uh, I guess I'll put them in unsure for now. There is going to be a hedgehog like Pokemon that we're going to include. It's not going to be the Sandshrew line, though. Oh, okay, here's our first. Yes, we're including this. That is going to be the Clefairy line. There's an awful lot of mountains in the Northeast. It might not be the Appalachians, but we do have our fair share of mountains up in the Northeast, especially places like the Catskills. So we're going to include this. Also, I'm going to add the Vulpix line to the possible inclusion. There are some pretty iconic looking red foxes in the New England region. However, if possible, that is like one of the few, oh, I really want to use a later gen Pokemon for this, because if I could get the Nickit and Thievul line in instead, that would be way better in matching it. Like, Vulpix and Ninetales are fine for a general purpose kind of fire, well, not even fire, for a general purpose fox Pokemon, but I feel like Nickit and Thievul are much more on the nose for what I would like out of them. Jigglypuff. Honestly, I'm tempted to say unsure, but for now I think exclude. We are going to have a bat. It's not going to be the Zubats, though. Oddish lines. Part of me wants to have an Oddish that is based off of onions, because my hometown, Weathersfield in Connecticut, at one point was the entire nation's providers of red onions. And I think since Oddish kind of looks like a sprouting onion, turning them into something else and making them like onions instead of stinky flowers could be pretty fun. I don't know. I think there's something potentially there. The Paris line is a maybe as well. No on the Venonats and the Doug Trios. We are going to have a regional variant Meowth. That is one that I'm really excited to talk about. It's a regional variant Meowth. There's no regional Persian, though. It's going to have its own unique evolution. We do have ducks, though. Lord, we do got ourselves some ducks. We don't really have wild pigs or monkeys. I don't think we're probably going to end up bringing in the Arcanines. We have a fair number of frogs, though. There's a lot of good frogs in New England. Wild boar invasion is going smoothly in the south. My condolences. I hope you survive. I don't think we really need the psychics or the fighty boys. Bellsprout line. For now, I'm putting them in exclude. We can definitely include the Tentacool line, though. We got Jellyfish. Regional variant of Machop line Strongmen. Would you care to elaborate? Circus. I mean, Connecticut was the hometown of P.T. Barnum, who did create the modern American circus. So I guess there's precedence. Maybe. I will consider it. I'll add them into the unsure section because you raise an excellent point. I think I am going to go with the Gen 5 rocks instead of the Geodude rocks because I think they look nicer. We're going to have our own... The starter for this region, just to spoil a little bit of what's going to happen later on, the fire starter for this region is also a horse, so I'm not including the Ponyta line. I am including the Slowpoke line, though, because you know what? New England has a lot of maritime industry. So these little guys, you know what? They actually might be regional variant instead, because they are going to actually be fisherman Pokemon instead of just, like, weird little kind of otters, but not really. I do think we'll be bringing in the Magnet fellas. Slowbro with a lobster. I mean, it's possible. Like I said, we have a lot of ducks. This Farfetch'd might be one that I give a regional variant to. I feel like that might be a little better for it in the long run. We'll see. We do have seals. We got some lovely rock seals. So maybe we'll end up having the seal line as like a variant, but for now, we also have an awful lot of shellfish. As much as it hurts my heart, I'm not going to include the Gengar line, though. Or the Drowsy line. We are definitely including crabs, though. Gotta have those main crabs. Now, to the best of my knowledge, the American martial arts scene has never been particularly connected to the Northeast. New York, sure, but New York ain't the Northeast. I have a soft spot in my heart for the Rhyhorn line, so I'll put them in unsure for now. Chansey, yes. Uh, one of my partner's epitome is going to be the basis for a gym leader, and the Blissey line is one of his favorite Pokemon to use, so obviously I have to include that. Tangela. Tangela. I know, no North American kangaroos. Phantom kangaroos are a thing as a cryptid. Of course, I would know, but not really, in particularly in the Northeast. Let's see, Tangela. Mm. Um, I'll say exclude for now. We have a lot of regions to go through, so I need to make sure I don't front load things too much. If this were a southern region, you would argue invasive Tangela species for Kudzu. That would be very good. That would be really, really good, for sure. I'm gonna include the Staryu line. Again, there's gonna be a lot of nautical Pokemon in this one, y'all. We're a nautical region, after all. Personally, I have always felt that Jinx should have a second chance, because the other two members of the weirdo elemental trio, Magmar and Electabuzz, they both got pre-evolutions, they got second evolutions, but Jinx, she's left all by herself with Smoochum. It's sad. So I want to include her in this. Not sure about the other two for this one, though. Tauros. Tauros, yes. Jinx is paired with Mr. Mime. I wouldn't. Although we may have to include Mr. Mime if we end up acknowledging the circus history. We may have to include him too, as much as I hate to acknowledge him. Magikarp, I think we can keep. Lapras, I am having fun with some of the cryptid-themed Pokemon, and Lapras is definitely going to be getting a regional and an evolution. Ditto, I mean, Ditto's kind of just like an everywhere kind of Pokemon, so yeah, we can put Ditto in. Eevee, probably not an Eevee, I'll be honest, because there is going to be another unlikely Pokemon that is going to be taking the place of Eevee for this particular game. And while I love fossils, we're not including the fossils here because that's the Cantonian fossils, not our fossils. Snorlax, though, I think it would be nice to bring it back as a hibernating obstacle. Okay. And there we go. So, from here we can, well, I can download the image for one, which I'm going to do. But let's also transfer over the Pokemon listed here to the regional deaths. I'm gonna have to put this in its own window for a little bit here. Nope, I don't want to embiggen you, I want to ensmallen you. Let's include the pre-evolution here too. Cleffa, Clefairy, Clefable. Psyduck, Golduck. Poliwag. Poliwhirl. Welcome back, everyone. Poliwrath and Politoad. Because I already know that's... I love that funky little green guy. We gotta include him. Tentacool. Tentacool. Hmm? There we go. Okay. Magnemite. Oh, spelled that wrong. Yes, it is Magnemite. Magneton. I always forget what the third one is called. Magnezone, that was it. I'm sure this must be absolutely thrilling, chat, watching me put all of these in manually. Maybe I should have saved this for later. Wait, where did it go? I just had it, didn't I? Oh, whatever. I'll just have to look at the picture later. You're more interested in the thought process of including or excluding Pokemon, and also thoughts for regional variants. Alright, I can talk about that now. Let me just bring up the picture again, because I've lost it. But I believe it's saved here. Okay, yes. Alright, so the regional variants, I'll start with those, I guess. Meowth. Meowth is going to be a... Oh, also, hey, J-Deggy.
Hi.
How's it going?
We're here.
I'm glad to have you for the round table discussion. So...
It's a very normal Pokemon discussion that is happening right now.
I mean, I am very normal about this. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's what I said. It had to be said. That you were very normal about this.
Alright, so... Meowth is going to have a regional... For one, because I love regional Meowths. I think giving Meowth a regional is just really fun. I've loved all of the ones that we've had so far. In the Novanaki region, Meowth, more so than any other region, has been very highly domesticated. So Meowths have been more selected for, like, aesthetic qualities as well. However, because they have been specifically bred and domesticated for the ability to work well in a human family environment, they are often used as Pokemon nannies, basically. Like, a lot of households trust a Novanaki Meowth to be able to keep an eye on and keep small children out of trouble for a little while. It has also switched from normal type to fairy type. Now, the regional evolution of Meowth, I'm very proud of the name. It's named High Lynx, from the, the regional cat, the lynx, the bobcat, basically, and from Hijinks. And it has developed a more gangly, silly appearance. Its category is actually the silly Pokemon, and it is known
Silly little
to,
guy.
yes, it's known to entertain children of all ages with just silly little skits and scenes and play acting activities, because Springfield, Massachusetts, dear viewers, was the birthplace of one Theodore Geisel, better known as Dr. Seuss. So our regional Meowth is literally going to be based off of the Cat in the Hat. And of course, its ability is Prankster, because what else could it be, really? Uh, the Slowpoke line, I mean, fishing is just such an inherent part of New England culture. It's like a huge part of the diet. It's historically a major part of our trade and our culture. Fishing, whether it be lake, stream, ocean. So slowpokes, although they're they more often focus on simply this is a very dumb Pokemon, basically. I wanted to try focusing on the idea that what if Slowpoke in this region are actually just really, really good fishers? So I wanted to focus on that, lean a little more into how they're kind of otter shaped, since we do have a fair amount of river otters primarily around here in the New England area. And I was thinking maybe something along the line of perhaps having them be part steel type, maybe? I think they definitely should get a second typing instead of psychic, because they're not really as bothered by matters of the mind anymore. They just want to fish. Novanaki, Slowpoke, and Slowbro are absolutely the Pokemon that are wearing the MILF, Man I Love Fishing, trucker hats, unironically. Okay, so Farfetch'd. For one, Farfetch'd is exactly. It's something that I would have to think about, Tyrus. So for Farfetch'd, there's a lot of really beautiful ducks in New England, a lot of wonderful wood ducks and mallards and such. I wanted a little bit of that, but this is going back to my reason for maybe including the Oddish line of my hometown, Weathersfield, like I was saying, for quite a significant chunk of American history. If you wanted to have a red onion in America, it was being grown in Weathersfield. It was the red onion capital of the country. And I thought it would be cute to have that acknowledged somehow. So maybe we have our Farfetch'd armed with a red onion instead. And maybe it could be something like it evolves in such a way, Farfetch'd a grenadier onion. Ooh, I hadn't even considered grenadier, but that would work pretty nicely. I was almost thinking grass fighting, where it uses the red onion as like a flail of a sort, using like the part that stems off into a stalk as like the chain that it swings this huge red onion over its head to smack people with. So it would be grass fighting, which would also stick with the kind of traditional thing of regional variant Pokemons being somehow weak to their base counterparts. I'm not going to include that with a lot of them because I don't want to think that deep into it sometimes, you know? Red Onion with a Rope Dart Meteor. Ooh. Are you suggesting a Peking duck? Because Jay Deggy, that's what it sounds like you're suggesting, and I'm not opposed to it. Okay, we might have something here then. So, I'm for now. I will skip the regional dex section to get to the regional variants section, since I feel like that's much more interesting to talk about for y'all. So, regional variants. There we go. This way I can have these written down somewhere too. So I understand carp fishing was a major industry till its collapse, right? Well, I'll be honest. Most of my history with fishing has been through more so focused on river and lake fishing that was focused on stuff like trout or bass. I was going to say trass for some reason, but that's nothing. So, needless to say, by the way, the Basculin Legion will be included here, as will Basculegion, if I can find the sprite work for it. I would not be opposed to looking into the carp, though. That could be another interesting approach here. So, regional variants. Meowth. Highly domesticated, bred to help take care of children through entertaining and play through entertaining them. Let's put Meowth fairy typed, highly domesticated, and evolves into high lengths. Actually, I think it's spelt like that. Because I think hijinks is, yeah, hijinks isn't a full. Evolves into high lengths. The silly Pokemon. Based off of the cat in the hat. I was honestly despairing for a little bit because I was trying to think of how the evolution could look, and I was like, oh, but when it evolves into Persian, it doesn't keep anything that would make for a good hat variant. But then I realized I can just make the coin look like the hat. I I can easily do that. Okay, we also have the Slowpoke line. They have to lose their psychic for something. I don't know what it is yet. Wait, no, that's... I always forget how to spell psychic. The hat is a stack of coins? See, I hadn't considered that. I was just thinking of like the one kind of Kolban-shaped coin, but more shaped to look hat-like on its forehead. That would also work, though. Ooh, chat. What about electric typing or regional slowpoke? Electric typing both because they have lightning fast reflexes when they're reeling in their tail, but also maybe like to ensure that something doesn't let go of its tail, it uses a little bit of an electric shock to stun it. And I make a note of that here. Oh god, what if these slowpokes are actually very fast? There's something that there's something that is oddly terrifying about a slowpoke that is super fast, because to me that implies that it's like almost more actively a predator animal or something. I don't know why, but a slowpoke's face moving at me at great speed instills the fear of Arceus into me. Static. Static's the ability you're thinking of, Tyrus. Alright. Alright, let's see. The Slowpoke refers to its ability to tase and thus slow. It favors paralyzing moves. I like that. I kind of really like... Oh, you know, also, since fishing is an activity that you have to... Oh, hey, Hazel. Since fishing is an activity where you have to be very, very still while staying at attention and then suddenly react super fast, what if this regional slowpoke has some kind of unique ability where when it is hit by a damaging move, it gets like a 2 or maybe even like a 3-stage speed boost as a reaction to that. Only for the first time. Would that be too silly? I feel like it might be too silly, but I kind of like it. I like the idea of a terrifyingly fast slowpoke. Could have static or a new ability that partially boosts their speed when they've been damaged by an attack, like how fishermen have to be super still until something is on the line. Are there any trap moves that could be related to this or fishing? I think so, potentially. I know that there's moves like Whirlpool, for instance. I know that's a water type move that you can lock someone into battle with. Also, Hazel, if you want to join in, like I said, you are welcome as well. Okay, let's see. Our next one was Farfetch'd. Farfetch'd. Fighting... Or, sorry. Grass... Normal evolves to grass. Now, do you think it should be... Do you think that our regional Farfetch'd should be a one-stage steely and it's just already strong, or should we give it a Surfetch-like evolution? I'm kind of leaning towards the evolution personally. Hey, Hathor! Welcome, welcome. Yeah, it looks like we got folks in agreement there. So, is armed with a sprouting far-flung. Oh, that's really good. Oh, I love that. That is actually really good. I'm adding that to the notes now. That would also be kind of fun because that would make it go from, to the best of my knowledge, the only Pokemon that has an apostrophe in its name to the only Pokemon that would have a hyphen in its name. Sprouting red onion. It uses, like, a flail. Or a meteor hammer. You're thinking for the Slowpoke having a sticky web or entry hazard move with the fishing thing. I mean, it could definitely learn something like sticky web. Because, you know, fishermen use nets. There's nothing weird about that. And what is a net if not human's web? If it's something other than that, I don't know. Gains elements of Chinese martial artist outfit on evolution for the Peking duck joke. Okay, you got so invested in this you forgot to get food. Tyrus, please eat. Please make sure you eat, too. Okay, so Jinx. Jinx, I want to include because, again, I feel like Jinx gets shafted, and also, I think that Jinx's aesthetic as being the human shape Pokemon, as in, like, something that is, you know, like, it's kind of an illusory Pokemon. It's got a lot of magic connotations with the psychic typing. And I was thinking maybe we could work something like that in here. Maybe we could make her like something kind of witchy instead. Because we've got the pretty witch, thanks to Hatterene's line. But we don't really have, has learned eat too. Tyrus knows too many moves. Forget eat, please. But yeah, I'm thinking maybe like a poison or a poison grass type Jinx based off of the concept of like a hedge witch. Someone who uses the natural things around them. Or maybe just like a potion brewer or something like that, a folk healer. That's my thoughts anyway for that. I definitely want to include poison as part of that, because the thing about poison is medicine, and medicine is poison. It just depends on how much you're using and for who. Do you think grass poison would make sense? It could also be grass psychic, I guess. Can't really think of too many grass psychic types. Maybe that then. Guess it could also be poison psychic. Based on the idea of folk medicine, hedge witches. I'm a little hesitant to include native imagery specifically in regards to faith medicine within indigenous cultures, because like a lot of those tend to be closed circle communities, and it would feel kind of appropriative trying to make one based off of like, this one's a shaman. So you're making your own Pokemon region? Yes. I'll tell you what, though. You know what Jinx's body shape kind of reminds me of? The top of a red mushroom. Maybe we could incorporate that somehow. You did that? Still haven't made your own Pokemon for it, though? Hey, congrats! You're welcome to join in if you would like to discuss or contribute any ideas to what we're doing here. And, yes, then a Lapras. So... New England has a couple of different water monsters, but I think the most famous of them is probably Champ from Lake Champlain. That would work, Hathor. Native. Alright, so the Lapras here, I think it loses its ice type. However, while it loses its ice type, when it evolves into Champras, it gains the ground secondary type. So my logic for this is that I feel like with the much smaller waterways outside of like the real big lakes, having the super buoyant, rocky, I guess icy shell wasn't really a advantage to Lapras evolutionarily. So it lost its ice type, and with it, the shell it has. So it's much more mobile, but much more squishy. When it evolves into Champras, it gains ground typing because it is able to masterfully manipulate the lake bed that it is in. So it's able to create huge smoke screens of silt and mud, and that's how it has remained so secret, despite its reputation. It's a very rare Pokemon, because it's a lake monster. It has to be good at being unseen. At least that's my idea for a Champris. I don't know if that makes sense. Does that make any sense? I don't know. When Lapras migrated to the region, their buoyant shells made them too sluggish to flee from new predators. The problem is with Pokemon that you can't really use evolved in like the scientific sense because it's also just a term in game.
Just use the term adapted.
Good. Also, hey, we adapted to the.
They use the colloquial use of the word evolution over the word that'd be more accurate, which would be metamorphosis.
We adapted to be shellless.
Which is harder to say, and why they don't use it for video games intended for kids.
Mobility. And when they evolve, they have developed such a mastery of manipulating the silt and mud of their homes, they can easily conceal themselves, well, not himself, themselves from predator and prey alike. So does that make sense for Laprases? I know that they're kind of tied in as like a very specific body type, but I wanted to switch gears, move them a little more away from stuff like the Loch Ness Monster, a little more serpenty kind of. At the very least, more plesiosaur-y. Plesiosaur sounds like the kind of school you would send a gifted young aquatic dinosaur to make sure that it gets a very holistic education. The joke is it sounds like Montessori. That's it. That's the
I
whole
picked
joke.
up on it, don't worry.
Okay, thank you. Alright, so that is the first of our lists down. I guess we could just go right through the Pokemon gens if that would work best. Trying to think. Like, I mean, I guess that would make the most sense. Yeah, let's just go on to Gen 2. Oh, I already started this one a little bit, looks like. Well, I'll touch on the regionals afterwards, after I do the rankings, so that way they can be a fun little reward for people who were able to stick through me just sorting things around. But for this much, yeah, the New England region, we have a lot of ladybugs. We do have some manta rays. Not a ton, but some. and while I'll get much more into it later, I am super psyched about making uh, a regional. Actually, this should really be up here. I'm super excited about making a regional lantern chin or alternative to the lantern we get chinchurn line, because I have always been so disappointed by how does your region have a name? Yes, this is the Novanaki region. Nova from the sun, from new, and from Unova, its neighbor, and Naki from Abenaki or Wabanaki, the name of one of the largest cultural groups that the native population had in the region, which also, in a way that I really like, links back to the other half, because uh, Abenaki, if I'm remembering right, essentially translates to land of the dawn, or land of the sun, the specifically the morning sun.
Nice.
So
I also
it
know
it's
Nova means
it's
no
no
go
exact,
in
but yeah,
Spanish.
you have like Nova to talk about like stars and suns, and then Abenaki, which is also about the sun. I I like little linguistic things when they work themselves out like that. But yes, Lantern, or sorry, Chincho is included basically as is. However, I was always pissed off that Lantern, which is supposed to be based off of an anglerfish, an animal that has some of the absolutely most batshit sexual dimorphism I have ever seen, they all look the
Depends on the
same, and they
variant.
all look so boring. So there's going to be a big difference. You'll see. You'll all
Or
see.
variant.
Let me
That's what
also.
you're saying. Make it like dark type, give it sharp teeth.
Hmm. This is regional. Don't worry, you'll see what I have going for it. I am honestly, one of the first designs that I was super, super proud of was my idea for the regional variant of Lantern, and I am so looking forward to sharing it after this.
Cool. One thing I just thought about.
Hmm?
European and Chinese mantises have both been introduced into North America and can be found in the New England region.
That is true. I might go back in and edit the Scyther line in, but for now, I'm not immediately sold on them. We may end up adding them back in, though. Okay, so again, our categories are Novanaki decks. They are included in the Novanaki decks as is. No real changes needed. Regional variants, they are a regional variant. Regional convergent, they're Pokemon that are very similar to these Pokemon, but not quite. Unsure is unsure, and excluded is Pokemon that I just don't want to have to deal with for this. Like all of the
Get out of
starters.
here.
As much as I love some of these starters, nope. Not going to include these lines because we're already going to have enough small rodents. We are, however, going to include owls. Love me some owls. May include the spiders, we'll see. I already know that we are including Cleffa because it's a baby of one we already have. Let's see.
No.
Hmm?
I was just joking, like, oh no, a baby.
Let's see. Iggly, no. Togepi, no, I don't think so. We may include these. They are incredibly, the Natu and Xatu line, they're incredibly Indigenous American coded, but the reason that they aren't like for sure is because they're also like not really the right region for the coding. Like they evoke, they're giving high plains robes. They're giving totem poles, which were just in the northwest. But they aren't necessarily giving northeast. We are including the Mareep line, though, because, for one, they are adorable sheep. We have sheep. That was a big part of farming. And also because lighthouses are very important in the Northeast. We have a lot of historic lighthouses, and Ampharos is a Pokemon with lighthouse connections. I'm
Maybe
not
give them
sure.
a regional variant to be a rock lightning type.
Possibly. We'll see.
Lean into
Politoed.
that,
Get
lighthouse
on in
idea.
there, Politoed, you silly goose. The Hoppipline. I do really like them. So,
And
may include them for now.
daisies are a pretty big weed, like all across America.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I'm not sure about. If I include the Sunflora, Sunkern line, I would want to make them good, which would be tough. So I'm not sure
Always
for
found them
now.
to be just dorky, gimmicky Pokemon. So
We can include the Yanma line. We've got dragonflies. We do also got some salamanders. Plus, I mean, look at Wooper and Quagsire's faces. Can you say no to them? I can't.
I can, but I don't
mean,
think I'd be very popular afterwards.
we're going to also. I'm probably. If I can't include the Corviknight line, I'm including the Murkrow line, so I'll keep them there for now.
You definitely have a lot of crows.
Let's see, Slowking. I mean,
You already got
it would,
Slowbro.
yeah, it would be a regional variant too. I'm just trying to imagine like using the similar logic. Is it like a just is this the Bass Pro who owns all of the Bass Pro shops? Oh god, he might be. No
There's the
evolutions.
Bass Pro Pyramid.
No, there are no evolutions, Hawther. That is because there's another Pokemon that I don't think anyone could possibly guess that is going to be taking a similar role in this region instead. If anyone can actually guess it, I will, before I get to it, I will personally Venmo you $5. And no, you can't just. I will give people a maximum of 3 guesses typed in chat. And no, you can't just. So you can't just, like, guess every single Pokemon.
I'm trying to, like, think, like, what do you mean by its role?
As having a lot of split divergent evolutions.
Huh.
We do have pine trees, and hell, that means we do have pine cones as well. Even if this is technically a bug, it's still a pine cone too. It's a pine cone in my heart.
Yeah, isn't it based on the bagworm?
I think so, yes. Oh, Shuckle, I hate to do this to you, but I gotta do it to him. Sneasel, that's a maybe. I can't, like, I would love to include the Heracross, but I just can't think of Heracross, like, rhinoceros beetles in the region. Okay, so here's the deal. I know what you might be thinking. There's bears. There are bears in New England. There are. However, they are mainly the black bear, not the grizzly. So we are not going to include the Teddiursa Ursaring line, but we will have our own regional bear.
Rawr, Bear Claw.
Trying to think. Maybe for Snorunt, that might be one that I come back to edit. We sadly don't have Coral. What about Beetle in general? A Beetle in general I am open to. I am going to include the Remoulade Octillery line because, wouldn't you know it, we have both fish and octopi in abundance.
You know, if should have thought.
Mm-hmm.
One of the classic stories about humans coming to North America is following the mammoths. So you could have one of the fossil Pokemon be a mammoth, if that doesn't exist already. I can't remember.
So I will say I am going to have I am going to have a variant on the traditional fossil formula, and one of them is going to be one that was frozen in ice. I realize that's not saying anything, but trust me on that. All right, now I am including Miltank, as I am including Tauros, because I need to establish that cow-based Pokemon are not unusual in this region for the special surprise cow later in the game.
I see.
That one there. I am including Smeargle because I know that Connecticut and Massachusetts, and honestly a lot of parts of New England, actually produced a lot of really well-renowned landscape artists. So I wanted to include a little bit of reference to that. The Hudson River Valley School, I believe. I'm not sure about you, Houndoom and Houndour. Not yet. And we are going to include a deer, but this is a reindeer. That's more tundra. Okay. So nothing too surprising, I would say, here. I would think, anyway. Pretty straightforward, honestly. I can't think of anything on this list that's super surprising, except perhaps the exclusion of one of the deer Pokemon and these bears. And I basically already talked about all of the regional variants. But I'll still talk about them more because I like talking and it's a stream. If I don't talk, then you're basically just here to watch me do a slideshow.
You mentioned a regional snake Pokemon.
Yes, so I was bemoaning the other day that out of all of the kinds of snakes that Pokemon has used as inspiration, water snakes, vipers, constrictors, you know what they've never had before? A rattlesnake Pokemon. And then I learned...
They would save that for a Texas region.
But there is the northeastern timber rattlesnake, which is such an evocative name that I immediately thought of a snake with like a barky skin texture with a pine cone for its rattle.
Oh, make it like a grass poison type?
And I was just like so immediately enamored, just charmed by that idea that I was like, yes, okay, this is our snake. But yes, Reddy basically talked about Smoochum and Slowking, so I'll add them. Let's just say the Slowpoke line. And the Jinx line. Finally gets her second evolution. Okay, so the Lantern line. Okay, so chat, who here is familiar with the sexual dimorphism of an anglerfish?
Well, the most famous part of that was created, I shouldn't say created, was made famous by an oatmeal comic talking about how the male anglerfish are tiny, pathetic, and all they do is seek out female anglerfish, which is what the big one you have on screen there is.
So
and
this
just
is
latches onto them and just turns into a part of the female.
So this is why I'm pissed about Lantern and how horribly bastardized a fish it is, because for one, anglerfish are these beautifully horrifying sea monsters. And for 2, we have Pokemon sexual dimorphism. We could have had a
Yep.
huge, hideous female lantern with the tiniest little male. And that's what I'm bringing back with this regional variant. So, I think this might be the first time this has been done, but changes into one of 2 typings when it evolves. So basic Chinchou is still as it was. It's still a water electric. However, when it evolves, there is a forking path. 2 typings and forms when it evolves. If male, it becomes a incredibly tiny, more hydrodynamic form. And as a male form lantern for this region, and gains in traits the electric typing for dark. So in this region, these are, we're not going to keep them exactly how they are in the real world, because then male lanterns would just become portable sperm dispersal units for the females that they glom and parasitize themselves onto. So instead, these are going to be Pokemon whose primary job is to weaken the prey of the female, leech away its strength, and feed off of the detritus afterwards. So, if female, it becomes a terrifying land-dwelling anglerfish.
I mean, there's another option here.
So, hold on. So, if it's a female, it grows in size. We're getting much closer to traditional depictions of an anglerfish. This kind of like horrifying maw. But I still want to keep the emphasis on the light stock that we have in Lantern as a default. So what it does, the female Lantern of Novanaki have adapted to be amphibious, but primarily live on the rocky coastlines of the region. On foggy nights, fog either created through Pokemon moves or through naturally occurring weather, it extends the light-producing stalks on its head and rotates them about, mimicking the rotating lights of a lighthouse. It does so in an attempt to lure sailors to crash into the coast by misjudging the distance, and then feeds off of any survivors of the crash. It is electric dark.
One of those Pokedex entries where the author's just like, trust me, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Because there is some evidence in the Pokemon universe a lot of the Pokedex entries are just flatly made up.
Oh no, this one absolutely has precedence. Like, since I'm making this, I can just say, oh yeah, people have actually died. People have actually been eaten by this thing. Like, you can talk to NPCs in this game that will say, oh yeah, I don't fuck with Lantern. That thing ate my grandpa. But yes, lanterns in this game, fucking bastards, the lot of them. Hence their new typing. I don't know why I'm just really excited about the idea of making a monstrous-looking anglerfish out of lantern.
I mean, why wouldn't you? That sounds awesome.
On nights with foggy weather, it lures ships to wreck upon the coast's rocky shores by using its lure lights to imitate a lighthouse. Alright. So yeah, that's Gen 2. Again, hopefully fairly straightforward. Understandable why things went in the Dex region. Still don't really have any convergence yet. Honestly, I haven't really thought of too many convergence in general, so that might be one that we end up coming back to. And you know what? I don't know.
What do you mean by regional convergent?
So,
what does that mean?
Do you know this is something that only got added in the most recent games, but you know Pokemon like Wakelet?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're Pokemon that have evolved to be similar, to like fill a similar niche, but in a different way, and they're not related at all.
Okay.
Alright, so that is Gen 2 down. Gen 3. Alright. Things are definitely going to start getting a little tougher here, too. I will be the first to admit. Because there's some here that I already have very clear ideas for, and a lot that I don't. But we'll figure that all out together. So starting off, of course, with the starters, dumping... Oh, wait. Hold on. First, let me do this. I always forget to. Novanaki Dex. Like Tentacling Toadschool. Exactly, Hawthor. They've evolved for different reasons to look similar and to fill similar roles, but they are nowhere related at all. Regional variants. Regional convergence. Unsure. Excluded. We don't really have hyenas. We do have raccoons, but those are going to be represented by a different Pokemon, so I'm not including the Zigzagoon line. Don't worry, we've got raccoons for y'all. I know you have been begging, clamoring for raccoons all day, and I hear you. I hear you like the voice of an angry, forgotten god screaming in my dreams as the only person resonating with its existence left on Earth. I hear you, and I understand you. Yes. Alright, so I absolutely love the Lotad line. They are some of my favorite Pokemon. They were my first shiny Pokemon. But I can't put them more than unsure, because while we do have water plant life like lilies, lily pads. I just don't know what I would do with them for the region yet. The reason I paraphrase that is because we actually have our first regional convergent line here with the C-dot line. I'll explain what their equivalents are going to be like when we get further on in, of course. We also are going to have a, like I was saying, a regional variant Wingull. This is the Wingull that has traded in its water type for fighting type because seagulls are fucking vicious, y'all. If you've never been around a region that has a lot of seagulls, they are absolutely fearless. They will come at you. If you have food, if you have something that it wants, it will destroy you. Pelipper, however, is going to be replaced by some alternatives. I'm honestly not sure. I feel like I would have to include the Gardevoir line, but I don't really want to. So... I'm just not really sure what I would do with them, but I guess they can go there for now. We may include the Surskit Masquerain line. Same with the Shroomish line. Not the Slack Off line, though. Or, yeah, I think we can pass on the Whismur line. Okay, I'm not sure about the Nincada line. Don't think Azurill. There is, however, going to be regional variants for Nosepass and its evolution. I wanted to give it one because New Hampshire, for like hundreds of years until just recently, like within the last couple of decades, it had a very, very famous natural landmark called the Old Man in the Mountain, where it was like the profile of a man's face looking out from a mountain cliff. Unfortunately, due to the changing natural environment, it not too long ago ended up collapsing, but I still want to include that as such a big part of New Hampshire's identity. And since I'm trying to lean a little bit more into the some of the indigenous culture, there's a special story tied to that one that I'll cover when we get to it. God, I fucking love the Sableye line, but I don't know what I could use to justify including them, so I don't know. Such is life, such is pain. Let's see. God, Sableye, why can't I quit you, Sableye? Why can't I quit you? God, I wish I knew sometimes. What did I ever do without you? I just don't know. What was I saying? I feel like I was saying something before.
I don't know, you're just babbling at some point there.
Yeah, couldn't have been too important then. Oh right, Sableye. I would love to include it. I don't know what I could justify including it with, however.
it is based on a U.S. scripted. That
Yeah,
got really
but that's
popular in Japan for
Kentucky.
some reason. Yeah, that's why I wouldn't argue for it. But yeah,
Yeah, as much as I love them, I don't think I can justify including it. We do have fireflies, so we might see the Volbeat Illumis pair. Roselia. Yeah, you know what? Honestly, yeah. One of my fond memories growing up in Connecticut was visiting a like very well developed regional rose garden, like huge acres and acres of roses. So absolutely. We don't really have. Don't think we really have too much of a population of sharks. There's definitely some, but no, it's nothing. Whale sharks. Ooh, fun. Cape Cod. Anywhere else? Maybe then. Maybe. Definitely whales, though. There's a couple of really iconic whale species, especially the right whale and the humpback whale, that often route their migration paths the through the New England region, and they are absolutely gorgeous creatures.
yeah, not a lot of volcanic activity in the Northeast, as far as I'm aware. So no Numel, no Camerupt.
Now I am going to
Going
include
northwest.
the rocks, though. Let's see. Forget, did we have anything for catfish? Because I don't think those are... Yeah, non-native fish. Okay, so get the fuck out of here, Wishcash line. I appreciate you as a Pokemon, but you're not welcome in this region. You're invasive.
I mean, there is a certain precedent for including invasive species.
Okay, so I'm bringing back cast form. I know that no one really used him because like you either had to focus on one type of weather and just make that your whole deal, or use like your entire move set just for weather moves. But I've got a plan for cast form to make it a little funny, a little silly.
Okay.
Oh, hey, Kay. Pokemon Sorp? Hmm? No, not Pokemon Sorp. We're... I couldn't find a way to just, like, click through all of the Pokemon and make, like, a full-on, easy-to-use Pokemon,
Did you already
Pokedex.
do
Oh, no,
Smasher
it's not
Pass on
Smasher
Pokemon?
Pass. Also, this Pokemon Smasher Pass was actually really boring because, and I stand by this, I passed on every single one of them because I never thought of Pokemon as uh, a fuckable thing. I always thought of them as pets or as friends, never as romantic or sexual partners. Not even Ditto or Vaporeon. Uh,
I don't agree with the Vaporeon meme.
Digimon.
It's hilarious.
Digimon I've got history with, but that's another story.
Well, pretty much every female line of Digimon that has any way humanoid whatsoever. Well, I don't think I need to go any further with that statement.
Now, we might include Absol specifically because New England has a lot of folklore and superstition, so I figure the Omen Pokemon might be a nice inclusion.
Mothman. We need a Mothman Absol
We are
variant.
going to be doing a regional Spheal line too. I love those little guys. They're not going to be walruses though. They're going to be more along the line of rock seals. So probably actually switching out ice for rock type. Smasher Pass for Pokemon was boring.
They get a literal rock
But the
seal,
Smasher Pass for
gotcha.
Digimon is still ongoing. Yep, we still need to get back to that, Zera. I do not want to put pressure on you, but I cannot do that without you because there's so many still. And I do not know from face value what most of them are. Okay, so you know what? I might be tempted to bring the Corefish line down to unsure actually, because while I do like them, um, for one, they're crawfish, which is more of a Southern American kind of arthropod, from what I understand. And for two,
Well, I've
the
always seen it.
starter
I
is.
associate crawfish with gumbo.
Mm, and for two, the there's already going to be a. What am I trying to say? There's already going to be a water starter that's very crustacean themed, so maybe not.
Oh, interesting.
Relicanth. Alright, let's see. Crawfish doesn't go in gumbo, what the fuck? Oh. Oh.
Everything goes in gumbo.
Alright, hold on. It sounds like we've got an interesting conversation going here now. Hey, Coelacanth, where the fuck you live? Where you live, Coelacanth? Come on, little baby mama. Whisper in my ear. Okay, yeah, nowhere close to us. Love Disc, no. Not for the big online. I think we will potentially include the Beldum line. We may not end up needing it, but we will include it for now. And no legendaries. Okay. Everything goes in gumbo? Everything? Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure it's hyperbole. I don't think Tyrus literally meant every object in the world. Probably put tomatoes in gumbo. I mean, what usually goes in gumbo? I don't know. Alright, so let's continue. Anything that walks, crawls, swims, or flies?
That's the old saying.
Okay, so no vegetables of any sort.
This, I'm pretty sure, is only referring to the protein portion.
Okay. Pineapple doesn't go in gumbo, just like how it doesn't go on pizza. That is certainly an opinion. Unfortunately, I have a polycule that at the moment, so far, is mainly just pineapple pizza enjoyers. So I'm like, ambivalent to it. Alright. So, Wingle. Is
Here's my take on pineapple on pizza.
fighting.
Pineapple ham, it's okay. Gets the kids excited because it's something sweet. But you want a real treat. Replace the ham with bacon. Pineapple pairs really, really well with smoky flavors. And if you don't like that, then you can go ahead and not enjoy pineapple on pizza. But saying it doesn't go on pizza, well, you're just gatekeeping at that point. And I don't like gatekeepers.
Okay, so regional Wingle, as I have mentioned several times already, It is now fighting flying because seagulls are mean. They, if you are, even if you're something much, much bigger than them, they'll still try and mess with you so they can steal from you. That's why they aren't like dark flying to me, because they aren't just picking on targets that they could reasonably take. They're literally trying it on everyone. So in this
I
region,
have watched a seagull steal an entire Subway sandwich from someone.
incredible. So in this region,
I mean, he
Wingle,
didn't get all of the sandwich because it came apart on the bird, but the guy didn't get any of that sandwich. I'll just leave it at that.
it's tragic. So in the
And he was
Novanaki
told not to take the Subway sandwich onto the boat. Okay, it's kind of his own fault.
so in the Novanaki region, Wingle have developed into sometimes lone thieves and brigands, but they often operate in flocks, so they can use pack tactics essentially, diversions, stratagems, all to steal and bully anything that they can. I'm basing them partially off of pirates as well, because, surprise, surprise, on top of a very maritime heavy history and culture, New England has a surprisingly strong connection to piracy as well. So they are going to be gathering up all of the foods and treats and just shiny little baubles and treasure that they can. And if they are parts of a flock, that is going to be going to their superior, which is the new evolution of Wingle. Keeps its typing. At the moment, I'm calling it the Puffson. That being PUFF''N, based off of Atlantic puffins, but also based off of the bosun, which is often spelled BOS''N, which is like the ship manager. They're the master of the deck. They're the ones who operate the wheel. They're not always the captain, but they're always incredibly important in a crew. And they are essentially the next tier up. They will take a lot of the treasure and goodies that the Novanaki Wingle collect, and they will often bury them in hidden away spots to make sure that they can keep control of the flock, because, you know, if they get ousted, then no one will know where all of the food and the cool stuff that they stole are. That's the idea anyway. I think it potentially has legs. I'm not married to the puffin inclusion. We might find a better bird or a better name for it, but what do y'all think of that for the regional Wingle? Briggle. Ooh. That could work. Maybe Briggle as like a first evolution, and maybe I could transition. What about instead of bosun, it's like Buffton? Or like Buffin as in like Captain Buff and Puffin. Is that anything? Remember there was another large gull-like bird as well. What was that called? What's it? What's its name?
The door was unlocked.
Oh,
Did you leave the house at all?
no.
Let's forget that.
Oh, wait, no, I did. I brought out recycling.
What, would you like some cookie?
Sure. Epitome just got home for those of y'all who might be confused. Thank you.
You're welcome. I got very hungry at work, so I ordered some Subway.
Alright.
Hey, we were just talking about Subway.
Wasn't a turn. For Kitawaki. Is it something like like a... No, it's not a Garrett. Garrett? Well, while I'm trying to find the name...
Yeah, if that's the hill you want to die on, okay. Words are made up. I don't care.
Are you from a region particularly invested in your gumbo?
Me? No.
No, okay.
They were talking about living near Louisiana. Or, New Orleans.
What about mixing a word with freebooter? Maybe.
I mean, when I look up what is gumbo, it just says stock, meat, and the Creole trio. It says
Onions, peppers,
celery.
and celery.
Yeah. And I don't see how crawfish suddenly makes it not gumbo, but it's like sure, if that's a line you want to draw, sure. Yeah, it also says a thickener. I forgot to say that. Yeah.
Alright, well, I'm gonna have to... Maybe... Because I do like... Wriggle. Maybe we can use that as a mid-stage too. It was... Oh, wait, I think I remember. Here we go. Gannets. Yeah, this is what I was thinking of. They're often considered gull-likes, so we could have Brigannet as a mid. So then it all... Oh, then it's also 3 varieties of New England seabird. It's seagull, gannet, and puffin. Oh. I like your thinking, Hawthor.
Just they're talking about the thickener and peanut butter. I'm terrible at French pronunciations. I think it's like said roe.
Either
roux,
chicken
like
and brie? I know it's pronounced like Andouille, but I do like saying it Andouille.
Okay, yeah, I got it right the second time, Rue.
Okay.
Yeah, but I believe you're referring to the color when you say peanut butter, right? Because something like the darker you get it, the thicker it'll make things, right? I've only ever made light ones at home just because I'm lazy. But I'm not making gumbo, I'm making gravies and stuff. Oh, lighter is thicker? Okay.
Alright, so we have Wingle, which evolves into Briganet, which evolves into Buffin. I like this. Gulkaneer. Ooh. I'm not
That's
against
a hard
it.
one to say.
I'm not against it, but I want to make sure that it's something that's still... That's not like... no, I get it, and I like it. I want it to just make sure it's not just something that feels like it's reiterating on one of the priors, because I feel like it would be weird to have Pokemon 1 based off of a sequel, Pokemon 2 based off of a Gannett, which, while similar, is a different type of bird. And then Pokemon 3 goes back to sequel, you know? Sorry about that. Alright, so... Reganets.
Oh, that's interesting.
Bully, Wingle, and...
So the name Gannet comes from the Old English word Ganot, which means strong or masculine, and is derived from the Old Germanic root word gander.
Nice.
Which makes you think of that old saying, "What's good for the goose is good for the gander."
Right. I love that too, because it ties in with Buffin's name scheme of like, oh, this is tough, this is masculine. It goes from just a Wingle to like a name with manly to a name with buff. I like that.
Accidental word synergy. Heck
Reganet,
yeah.
Bully, Buffaneer. That could work. It does feel a little... It does feel like it flows a little better. Yeah. I'll go with this. Buff, Puffin, and Buccaneer. Is that how you spell it? 2 C's, got it. And then... Fun fact, there's a couple of different famous historic pirates like Black Bart Bellamy and Captain Kidd that were supposedly, according to lore of the time and historical record as well, supposedly buried their treasures somewhere in the Northeast. I just think that's fun. I really miss how in Gen 3 you could go diving, and I think that's something I would love to bring back, because, you know, New England exploration has a lot of ties with submarining. Like, New England's where we invented the submarine. It's also the base of operations for people who made huge historical discoveries, like the final resting place of the Titanic, or a bunch of historical pirate ships and 18th and 17th century vessels along the coast. Maybe, maybe buff. Do you think Buffanier would read okay if I replaced the A with an I? Or does it look too different? Hmm.
I think keep the double E.
Oh, not the double E, the changing the A in there to an I.
It's supposed to be puffin, right? But buffin,
Yeah.
buffineer. I think it works
Alright.
with the I.
Okay. Buffanier is known to bury the hordes of food and goodies their flocks bring in secret stashes to keep their crews from mutiny. Because if they don't know where all of their stuff is, and only the guy who's in charge knows, you're not going to want to overthrow the guy, because then no one will know where all the good stuff is. That's thinking with your new role. Alright, let's see. So then we have Nospass. Alright. So I don't think it needs to necessarily be an entirely different secondary stage. I think we can probably keep it largely as is. So anyway, the legend, you know, that new Wingull lore, you could implement treasure hunting. You know, I was kind of thinking about that. I always loved in the older Pokemon games using the treasure finders to douse for treasure. It would make a fun explanation for how that treasure gets there in the first place.
I mean, you could have a secret ability of theirs be pickup.
Excellent catch. That definitely has to be one of Wingull's abilities. Wingull can now have pickup as an ability. Because I think Wingull in this scheme is the one that is primarily doing the actual thievery. Like, they're being led around by Brigannett and ultimately serving Buffanier, but they themselves are the only ones doing, like, the grunt work.
Yeah. Also, the specific skills for stealing items from other Pokemon or moves, like knockoff and drawing a blank on the other one.
Thief.
Thief. Of course, it's just called Thief.
Moves like Thief and knockoff added to list. Maybe also have, I think it's Frisk for an ability for Brigannett. Frisk is the one that, like, lets you know what your opponent has as a held item. Since they would then be the one ordering the not the Buffins, the Wingulls to steal from the target they've marked.
Pokemon can check the foe's items. Yeah.
Nice.
That works.
I love it when story mechanics and or when story and game mechanics can intertwine like this.
And you could have a specific mini game or something where you're flying around on what you call the final form again?
Buccaneer.
Yeah, Buccaneer, and looking for
The funny thing also is like the bird that I have decided to be the final evolution is this. They're these tiny little guys. They're just these tiny little guys, but they're very snappily dressed. I looked at a puffin and I thought, yes, this is a bird that's dressed in like some kind of naval uniform, you know? I'm just
yeah.
imagining one of these with like the upside down Dorito muscle build. And it's absolutely delightful to me. So next is the nose pass line. So let me tell y'all the abbreviated version.
I'm just kind of picturing kind of a just to finish my thought. Like a treasure finding game that's kind of like Battleship, where you're like checking an area and then it'll give you like a hint on how close you are, something like that.
Yeah, and if you it sounds kind of like the a little bit like the, I think it was Gen 4 Underground fossil digging minigame, where you would have to like, you only had so many times you could pick at things before the cave wall crumbled down. Burb, why not chicken for New England? Chicken's not really native to the area, but one of our Fakemon, I don't know what typing, I don't know what its shtick is yet, but one of our Pokemon is going to be a turkey, because we do have wild turkey.
I mean, Benjamin Franklin wanted turkey to be the national bird.
And he was right. It would have been a better choice. Eagles are too smug.
I don't know.
Chicken goes in clam chowder. I thought clam went into clam chowder. Like, that's why I'm including the clam pearl line.
Funny enough, in my cupboards, I have some Campbell's chicken chowder.
Oh, that sounds weird. All right, but let me share with y'all a story here.
Because it was like there's the New England clam chowder, and then it was like Boston chicken chowder or something like that. I can't remember.
So I want to share this story with you because there's a couple of different secondary types that regional Nosepass could get if it's going to represent the Old Man in the Mountain story. But I want like another set of ears, I guess, on it to help me decide. So I'm going to mute the radio for a second. So, according to Abenaki legend, a human named, and I'm probably going to butcher a lot of these because I am not a native speaker or a particularly educated one, but Niskisos was born during an eclipse. He became a good leader and provider for his community and was successful enough to attend a great gathering of many other communities to trade. While there, he met Tarlo, a beautiful Iroquois woman who returned with him. They fell in love, but she had to return to her birth village because its people had been struck by a sickness. He promised he would live at the top of the mountain. By day, he would look out for her, and by night, he would light a fire to guide her back. With winter fast approaching, the elders sent his brother, Gizoza, to bring him back, but he was unsuccessful because he maintained his promise. Tarlo ended up dying in her birth village of sickness, and after the winter, the man's brother went back up to the mountain to bring the news of his beloved's death and retrieve his brother, but he found no sign of his brother's existence and was stricken by sadness. On his way back down the mountain, he looked back and found his brother had become a part of the mountain itself as a stone face to look after the land. So, this is the Abenaki story behind the old man in the mountain. This is what it looked like back when it was still up there. It's a little hard to see, but you can basically see, like, you have the brow line here, the nose, upper lip, lower lip, chin. I mean, if anything, this is going to be a nose pass line with some very striking and, if I may say so myself, handsome features.
Like
Obviously,
handsome Squidward, a
oh
nose
god,
pass.
no.
Love it.
So obviously, since it is going to be since it's going to be part of a mountain, we're keeping the rock type for sure. We need to figure out what the secondary type is. The ones that I've been considering so far, we could have fire, since part of his deal was that by day he'd keep a lookout for her, by night he would set a signal fire so she knew where to go. It could be ghost or psychic, since it's connected to this story of spirits in the afterlife. By the way, a modern,
like the idea
by
of
the
a
way,
ghost rock
a
type.
modern addition to this too is that when Stoneface fell off of the cliff, it finally collapsed in 2003. He was finally reunited with Tarlo in the afterlife, and the Great Circle was rejoined. And I think that's a beautiful addition to the story. But it could be psychic, it could be ghosts, it could be fire.
What Pokemon's going to represent the other half of this myth then?
Ooh, that is tough. I'm not sure yet. But what do y'all think for the secondary type here? I am leaning mainly towards ghost or fire.
I really like the idea of a ghost rock type.
Could see that. What's the Novanaki? Oh, Novanaki is the name of our region here. Novanaki region is based off of the American New England region of Connecticut, New Hampshire, Maine, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Vermont. The name comes from Nova, referring to the sun, to new things, and also in reference to the Unova region, its neighbor. Naki comes from Abenaki, which is the name of one of the largest cultural groups of indigenous American peoples that inhabited the New England region and still do. Ghost, but I'm biased. Yeah, but like Ghost also makes sense. I'm thinking of making this into sort of I'm changing their name, or not name, their Pokemon type a little bit, because they're not really a compass, but they are a waypoint. I think they're going to be like the Vigil Pokemon. I do like Rock Ghost, though. I think Rock Ghost has legs, which is ironic because Probopass, the regional Probopass, definitely won't have legs. They got the fire-ish ghost abilities. That's true. It can still have a fair number of fire moves in its moveset. That's true. Just like how Nosepass has a surprising number of electric moves, despite not really having anything to do with it.
Well, there's a strong connection between, electricity and magnetism to the point where we call it the electromagnetic force.
True. Alright,
so really, all of the nose passes and stuff should be steel type as well, but whatever. I would mainly avoid fire rock, because when you hear fire rock, you think volcano.
That's true.
It's not a volcano Pokemon. Psychic, we already have a couple of rock psychic Pokemon. Are there any ghost rock types? I know they got the golem, but I believe he's ghost flying type.
He's ghost ground. Golem.
Ghost ground?
Yeah.
Okay. I know flying, psychic, and water have all done all typing crossings. Rock type isn't paired up with every other type except for except for ghost and normal.
That would be fun though if we made it double rock type.
Ooh. Double type. Yeah, that's a mechanic they never added. I felt it had potential. Rock is the only type not to have been paired up with ghost as well.
Oh, well, perfect. We can fix that then.
I always thought that's been one of the things that they should have focused on with the Pokemon franchises is making Pokemon of every possible type combination. And not just filling gaps with legendary Pokemon, like actual, like normal, everyday Pokemon.
There we go. Yeah, I like that. I don't think we really need to make Probopass its own thing. I think it's alright just, like, being a variant in terms of typing. Okay, so the cast form line. So the cast form line is also me kind of trying to quote-unquote fix cast form or make it feel a little more viable, since I feel like, again, either it's a Pokemon that you only have it be one type of weather and focus entirely on that, or you have all the weather and no utility because you're left with no moves to use. So this cast form is based off of... I've heard this about a couple of regions, but when I was growing up in New England, I always heard people in, like, my parents' generation say things like, oh, you don't like the weather? Wait 5 minutes. And it's true. I mean, New England does have fairly temperamental weather. So, what I'm thinking here, first off, I'm thinking it's a fairy type. Maybe fairy flying. But instead of changing to match the weather, it changes the weather to match its mood. Essentially, at the start of battle, and then every 3 to 5 turns after that, it randomly changes the weather and its form to a different weather effect. Does that make sense? So you don't have control over what it becomes anymore, but since it still has access to moves like Weather Ball and you can still kind of build around it, you have a little bit of control. And more importantly, you're basically able to make sure your opponent can never get any kind of, like, battlefield environmental advantage because it keeps changing. Does that make sense? Does that feel like anything?
That's kind of an interesting idea. Because we do have Pokemon that change the weather, so to speak, when they enter. I use that for trying to remember how my team worked. Those during the XY generation, I had a team where I used Mega Shark. No, sorry,
That's alright.
I'm having some brain
Take
fog
your
right
time.
now. Was it Garchomp? Is the ground dragon type that's like kind of like a jet plane for some reason?
No, Garchomp is more like a hammerhead
Fighter
shark.
plane. Yeah, he has some fighter plane aesthetics.
I guess a little.
That's because they used to put the teeth
Oh, hey
face
Nina.
markings on the like World War II fighters.
Fossil Pokemon, Rock Ghost Kyloscar. The Ankylosaurus Pokemon. A mishap in the reviving process while reviving this Pokemon caused it to become a spirit. Sounds fun. You're welcome to join in the conversation too if you like. Actually, you know what? Instead of fairy, how about this is pure flying? Because, I mean, it's literally just a cloud.
Yeah, I don't remember why, but Garchomp for some reason liked being in a sandstorm, and I would use I think it was the hidden ability of Tyranitar to make it a sandstorm environment.
Makes sense.
Yeah. But I kind of feel like randomly changing the weather is not useful.
Oh no, it's not meant to be useful.
But
it's just meant to be like this is the
More
Pokemon
fun.
you pick if you want to be a little stinker. Like
Fair.
if you have a team
Stand
that
up
if you
against
have
some
an
other way to
enemy
play off
team
that.
that really heavily relies on like rain dance or sunny day or anything like that as set up, you bring in this cast form to say, actually, you should have looked at the forecast, bitch, because I'm raining on your parade.
Well, I'm kind of thinking like if we're trying to focus on the idea of it being like moody weather, maybe that would give it like
More
stat changes.
temperamental, I think, than moody, but yeah. Also, thank you for the stretch, Nina.
It would make it kind of a complicated ability, but I think it'd be interesting
Yeah.
if like every time the weather changed, if it would like give itself stat buffs.
I could
And
see
so
that
the
too.
opponent's still trying to control the weather while this guy's out, he just makes him stronger and more moody.
I'm definitely open to it. Alternatively, maybe have. I think at the very least that should be like a 2 or 3 stage stat boost. Maybe that's overpowered, but I mean, if Intimidate allows you to force a 2-stage attack drop on someone, then. Maybe it's a 1 stage. I can't remember.
If you have it as like an escalating mechanic, maybe like the first one's when you first bring it out as a 1 stage, and then the
Like
next
every
weather
turn
changes
of
to
that
2
weather,
stage.
it raises?
No. Like specifically when the weather changes.
Oh.
So like if he comes out and he makes it rainy, he gets 1 stat boost, and then if the opponent tries to change it to sunny, it'll give him 2 stat boosts. And then when he changes the weather again, then he'll get a 3-stage stat boost, and then I'll max out, that
Would
stat.
that be to every stat or just like one in particular based off the weather?
Every stat, I would say keep it just to 1 per change, because that's kind of crazy. But
maybe like special
if,
attack and defense.
Yeah,
Because I
that
think
makes
pretty
more
much
sense,
like
yeah.
I think pretty much all of the weather types, the moves associated with the weather types at least, except maybe. Well, no, because like there's still a fair number of special moves in rock / ground / steel. Okay.
Well, I remember, right, the original forms for cast form are
Like the stat be
the rainy
tied to
form,
whatever
the
weather
sunny
type
form,
rolls? Maybe. The original were, yeah,
hail.
sunny, rain, and hail. And then later on, I could have sworn for sure that they added on like a dust storm based. Maybe I'm just imagining it. Okay, and then the Sfeel. It is heckin' windy, let me tell ya. I think Sfeel is water rock because, I mean, it's literally becoming the stand-in for the New England rock seals. With no permafrost, icy biomes, spills. The Spheal line in Novanaki. IDK things about Pokemons, you're just vibing. Hey! I still appreciate you being here. The Spheal line in Novanaki adapted to be more at home amongst the rocky cliffs and instead.
Yeah, it looks like Castform still just has the 3 forms.
Ugh,
Sunny,
what a
rainy,
shame.
and snowy.
Alright.
That could be one of the things you correct, because they don't have a form for fog, sandstorm.
Well, I don't think
Correct,
fog
Shadowy
is.
Aura
I don't think fog is a move. Fog isn't a move anymore, and Shadowy Aura was attached to Pokemon Coliseum because that was like the shadow Pokemons. I guess there are technically other. I don't want to include like terrains too, but we'll see. Oh, and now I get to talk about my first Convergent line instead! Oh, this is very exciting for me. Okay, so I love the C-Dot line. I think it is a super fun and imaginative way of taking the traditional yokai, like, you know, they did the Lotad line, that's just a Kappa. They did the C-Dot line, that's just a Tengu. Gonna lurk while messing with Pokemon Scarlet DLC? Alright, I'll be here yapping. So, what I was thinking, though, while New England has plenty of oaks, don't get me wrong, love acorns, love their work, I was thinking that it needs more maple tree representation. Because maple trees and their byproducts were some of my favorite things growing up as a child. Like, we would go to this annual festival in February when it really started being the seasons where you could tap trees for maple sap. And they had like maple sap, maple sugar flavored everything. It was absolutely wonderful as a kid. So I want to capture the wonderful, wonderful maple syrup and maple tree culture, and I wanted to use another similar Pokemon here. So instead, this is going to start off with a grass flying maple seed Whirligig. Okay, so if you've never seen a maple seed, this is... Come on. Come on. Come on. This is what they look like. They look like this nice organic plant form of a little pair of wings. And one of the absolutely delightful things about living in regions with maple trees is that when they shed their seeds in the fall, the maple seedlings would always spin around in these wild little spirals because they were basically nature's little helicopter.
Yeah, they're pretty cool.
Yeah, so we're gonna start off with that for a C dot like Pokemon. Second stage. So, second stage for Nuzleaf is when we start bringing in more of the mischievous little weirdo angle into the line. It's also where we start getting leaves. So, second stage, we add in the maple leaf element, and there's actually a specific. There's a. To kind of keep it on theme a little bit, there is a specific yokai that I'm looking to reference here. Ah, here it is. The Tofu Kozo. The Tofu Kozo is a yokai that goes around with a little single serving of fancy tofu a with a maple leaf pressed into it. It's got like a whole maple leaf aesthetic going. But you should not eat it if you are offered it, because if you eat the tofu, it will instead make terrible molds sprout all over you. Which to me just sounds like something that a grass type would absolutely do. So, second stage, we're also taking inspo from the Tofu Kozo. And this is where we're adding the berry as the new secondary type. So at this stage, it's a tricky little guy. If you approached the second stage of this convergent line, it's going to be all, hey, would you like some maple syrup? I promise, it's delicious. But then if you actually try to eat it, it will goosh and gush all over you, and then you'll be stuck to the ground by this horrible, sticky little syrup. You'll be hoisted by your own maple syrup-loving petard. Hmm?
I was joking. Don't threaten me with a good time.
Look, if you want to be imprisoned in an explosion of maple syrup, there's people who are more than happy to help you with that. And more power to you. So then, finally, let me change this. First evolution, it's a little easier. So then, second evolution adds in inspo from the, I believe it's Pukwudgie. Let me double check that. Yes, Pukwudgie. Okay, so the Pukwudgie are from indigenous peoples' times, though largely more in specifically Wampanoag folklore than the more northern Abenakis. But anyway, Pukwudgies are these tiny little wildman fairy folks. They can appear, disappear, they can shapeshift, they have all kinds of tricks and traps. Sometimes they're friendly to humans, other times humans have really just absolutely ruined their reputation with Pukwudgies and they're always out for revenge on them. But uh, the reason that I'm attaching them to the shift tree as the final evolution is Pukwudgies from the back are said to look just like hedgehogs. And I thought, like, swap those leaves out on the fans for maple leaves, turn that long kabuki wig into something more like a hedgehog's spiny back, and we got something really close to a good Pukwudgie shape already here.
Let's see it. Don't forget to get rid of the monk sandals.
Yeah, we will have to swap those out for something. But I mean, that's a relatively small detail, so we don't have to worry too much. Granted, I don't think wooden moccasins are going to look quite as immediately identifiable, but not everything needs to be a one-for-one for a convergent.
Unfortunately, I gotta go do some stuff, so I'm
All
gonna
right.
jump out of the call.
Bye. And everyone who is in the Discord, if you're interested in this, please consider joining in. I would be happy to have you here. Anyhow. So that is all of the variants and convergence for the Gen 3 mods. I believe I already downloaded this for future reference, so I'll be able to update the normal Dex inclusions later. Yes, okay, they're good to go. GOODTOGO. We are good to go on to Gen 4. Oh, hell yeah, Lavender Town, lay it on me. Novanaki decks. Same as always, Novanaki decks. Those are the ones that get to be included. No changes needed. Regional variants. Regional convergence. Unsure. And excluded. Okay. Let's go right into it. As before, we're not really including starters, special evolutions like Mega or Gigantamax, or legendaries. We are, however, including woodchucks / beavers, because those are New England coded as hell. Let's not use those. I think we will include the rest of the Roselia line. Also, I see you, Roselia. Thank you very much for swinging by. I mean, can I really say no to the absolutely iconic of Cricketoon and Cricketot? They're not really true cricket Pokemon. Like, they're mole crickets. They're not one for one, but I don't think we're going to be able to get the Lokix line involved, so we can definitely include them. Fossils are 2 region locked. I'm not sure about the bagworms, but I do know we're going to need the Combi and Vespaqueen line for a special little evolution that I got planned. Let's see, I'm not sure about the Wormy lines. I'm leaning towards no, though. Pachiriso, that's tempting. If we're not able to get the, if we're not able to get the Squavit line in, Pachirisu will be our stand-in for Squirrel. I am definitely leaning towards including the Weasel line to represent the, well, to represent both river otters, but also, like, things like fishers, martins, as well, and weasels. Yeah, actually, you know what? We can definitely include them, I think. Starlings are an invasive species in North America. They have no place here. Let's see. Cherim. If this is a Washington, D.C. or Maryland-themed one, maybe. I don't think here, though. Should have a Robin Pokemon, yes. Yes. I know that that's one a little later on. Batman Pokemon? Ow. It took me a second to get there, but I see what you're doing. Drifbloom. I like it, but I don't think it has a place here, sadly. The Lopunny line, though, I think that's worth including because it's a good representation of a rabbit, and we might not get a better cottontail bunny. I think we can probably... See, did I include Mismagus or Misdreavus? That was the Prevost name. Did I include Misdreavus? Let's find out together. Gotham is traditionally shown to be in New Jersey. Really? New Jersey? Huh. Okay, it looks like this was an unsure, so we'll keep it there. Because we already have a Murkrow, we may as well include a Honchkrow as well. We already have our cat. We don't have our skunk yet, though. Let's get that. Get on in here, New England skunk. You're my favorite kind of skunk, you and your silly little stripes. Don't think the Bronzor line. We don't really do bronze here. Honestly, if we end up including Mr. Mime, we'll have to include Mime Jr. too. Metropolis is typically depicted as replacing New York, and Gotham is nearby despite also being based on New York. What? Wait. Shouldn't... I thought one of them was Chicago, wasn't it? We're gonna have our own pseudo-legendaries, so we don't need those. We do have a Snorlax, so let's add the Munchlax too. Honestly, I was never a very big fan of the Lucario line. I don't know if that's a hot take or something, but they don't do anything for me. We want frogs, but I don't think this is the right kind of frog. More of the poison dart frog. Maybe. I don't know. Okay, now we are going to have a regional variant for the Snover Obama Snow pair. It's a really simple one. but it's one that I think is also really fun. So I hope all of y'all like it too when we get to talk about it. Now, did I include Sneasel? Sneasel was unsure. Okay. As an unsure, so unsure. Tangela. Nope. Come on, Tangela. There you go. Yon Mega. We already have Yon Ma, so we can include the Mega. Flash is actually in Kansas? I thought Kansas was where Superman came from. You better not see any Pelipper slander. Oh, don't worry, Motionless. There are no Pelipper in my region. But no, actually we're doing something I think a little more fun with the Wingull line. To catch you up, Motionless, our Wingull, instead of water flying, is now fighting flying. Because, wow, really? You're trying to get payback on me for that? At least hear me out. At least hear me out first, Motionless. So Wingull, because my experience with real-life seagulls, if it has taught me nothing, it's that they fucking hate you, and they will pick a fight with you every day of the week if it means being able to steal your food and everything you value. So Wingull here are now flying, fighting. I already saved, don't worry. And they are essentially pirates. They are led by their new evolution, Brigannet, a brigand gannet bird, which is like their fleet, which is like their ship commander, their organizer of their raiding parties. Then the big bird in charge is the Buffoneer, a buff puffin buccaneer. Oh, thank you for the head pat. Okay. Let's see. Where did I put the other members of the Weirdo Trio? Unsure as well. Okay. So rude! I know I'm quiet when I'm sorting through all of these, but I promise I'm gonna talk, don't worry. Let's also get our Gen 3 picks out so I can see. I love how many places in DC Comics are New Jersey. Out of all of the places they could have picked, I love that New Jersey is the super crowded one for some reason. Okay, I already said we do have a regional variant Probopass. I'm not sure about Rotom, but I'm leaning towards no. I'm leaning towards no because there's something else that I have that's filling a similar ecological niche to Rotom that I think might be more fun to mess around with. God, you have no place in this region, Arceus. I will take your beavers, though. Thank you. Okay, so the only new regional variants to talk about for this one are the Snover line. So for the Snover line, it's very simple. While I think that pine trees and evergreen trees are lovely, and there are absolutely plenty of them, and honestly, this might be one of those rare Pokemon where you can find both a regional version and a more standardized version, depending on where you look. But the Snover line is now a fire grass type. So if there's one thing that New England aesthetically is famous for, especially in the autumn, it's the trees. If you have ever looked at a picture of New England forests in the peak of autumn, it is this beautiful mosaic of reds and yellows and oranges all throughout. And it's something that people honestly drive from states and states away to see our trees when it gets to be autumn. So I figured the Snover line, instead of just being a evergreen, it's now a deciduous tree. In its full autumnal colors. So I didn't want to have it, although a lot of people will talk about how those forests look like they're on fire, I didn't want to be the source of the fire typing here. So actually, the fire typing comes from their ability to absorb the ambient moisture in their environment, projecting the... Oh, hello! Oh my gosh, come on in, make yourselves comfy. NB raid? Oh, I love NBs. I'm kind of an NB too. Let me give you a shout out. Well, welcome everyone. If you're new here, my name is Beatrix Bunny. I'm a taxidermy jackalope brought to life by the power of love and slightly mad science. I do variety streams with a focus on roguelikes, RPGs, and digital artwork. Sometimes, instead of me, I play the part of Griselda, a hot and horny goblin auntie. When I'm playing Griselda, I focus on more violent games like beat-em-ups, as well as creative games and puzzle games. Tonight, we are finally trying to commit to a very ambitious project that I have been thinking about for literal years, and that is designing a full fan region of the Pokemon universe. So we're talking a full region, new Pokemon, new plot, all of that stuff. And we're taking the first steps tonight with talking about what our regional decks will look like. Please add a Griffin Pokemon. I'll see what I can do. We're basing our region, which I'm calling the Novanaki region, on New England because, well, that's where I grew up, and it means a lot to me. So if you're in the States or just haven't heard the term before, the New England region is Connecticut, New Hampshire, Maine, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Vermont. the name comes from Nova, with the connection to sun, new things, and also the Unova region, since that would be right next door to our region, and Abenaki, which is the name of the cultural group of indigenous tribes that were some of the earliest established human culture and civilization in the area, which also actually means, if I remember right, people or land of the dawn, which connects back into Nova really nicely. So as we're going through the lists, which I'm setting up kind of like this, where the categories are Pokemon that will be included as they are in the Pokedex, Pokemon that will have regional variants, ones that will have regional convergent evolutions, which, means things that have been evolved to look very similar to established Pokemon, ones that I'm not totally sure about one way or the other, and Pokemon that aren't going to be included from that region. But how was your stream? I don't think I actually asked you that yet. What were you up to? Oh, and also, if anyone needs to raid and run, here are some places you can check me out if you're interested in seeing what else I do. If you're not, have a wonderful rest of your night regardless. And if you want to lurk, that's fine too. You died a lot. Not in real life, I hope. What were you playing? Okay, so the fire type for the new Firegrass Snover line, Slay the Spire. Oh, that's a fun game, though. I hope you at least had fun dying in that game. I'm so sorry that it was the Spire whom slayed you. So the Snover line, Snover and Abomasnow, instead of ice grass are now fire grass, because they, instead of evergreen trees, are now based, for by and large, off of deciduous trees, specifically deciduous trees in their fall colors of red, orange, yellow, and just a little bit of green. Those trees, like in huge clumps of forested area, are often said to look like they're on fire, but the reason that they get that color is because the tree is absorbing all of the moisture from its branches, which is what allows them to have that nice green color. So the fire type is in reference to how it's able to absorb moisture to raise the temperature and utilize heat instead of straight up fire as an attack source. That's a good idea, Hawk. Speaking of which, also Sawsbuck, absolutely. We haven't gotten to the 5th gen region yet. That's next, but absolutely one of the ones we're including here. Anyone, by the way, who's a part of the Discord server, if you're at all interested, you're more than welcome to join in voice call and talk about this stuff with me live. If you want to provide input, you're more than welcome to just share ideas in chat as well. It's totally fine, and I, in fact, really encourage it. Okay, so we're on to the Novanaki's neighbor, the Unova region. There is going to be a fair amount of crossover, as you might imagine, because they're very close neighbors. But again, let me restructure these first. So first category, just right as they are going to be included in the Novanaki deck. Second category, regional variants. Third, regional convergence. Pokemon that I'm just not really sure about. And those that we are excluding. Excluded. So automatically, regional legendaries, regional starters, those are going out the window. We already have a fair amount of regional rodents, so I think we'll pass there. I do quite like the Lilliput line, though. We might include them. I don't think we need the Leopard line or the regional, or not regional, the type monkeys. I don't know about Muna and Musharna, but I think that we could bring in the Haidov line because those are pretty New England coded to me. The Rog and Rolla line. I like the idea of including them as our regional rock type. I'm also going to say that we are including the Swoobat line, but they're going to be a little sad. They're going to be a little sad, so you can look forwards to that. Okay. There's so many fun Pokemon in this generation. Oh my gosh. Okay, I gotta stay focused. I gotta stay focused. Little bits at a time. I think we can include the Drillbur line. Audino. Unsure about Audino. Unsure about the Timber line, too. If I'm being honest, I'm not a fan of them. But I don't want to necessarily immediately totally explode them either. Let's see. I want the Temple line. Unsure. Because we do have some nice frogs already. But more frogs isn't necessarily a bad thing. I also kind of like the idea of including the little leafy guys, the Leafany line. Don't think we need the Venipede line, though. Not sure about these. By the way, I'm trying to not talk too much during this phase, so that way, the next part, when I talk about the regional stuff, it might be a little more enjoyable, hopefully. Basculin, we've got a lot of bass. Orcup was such a fun sound effect, it was pretty fun, I'll give you that one. Let's see... Petzl and Lilligant. Maybe? Maybe. I definitely think we can include the Dwebble and, oh gosh, I can't remember its evolution's name, but I think we can include their line. No on the fossils. I am actually a big fan of the Trubbish line. They're one of my partner's favorite Pokemon. And am I being biased in picking it? Sure. I'm still gonna pick it, though. And I will not say no to a few more ducks. And swans. You know, we could even potentially have a regional split evolution, where perhaps instead of Swanna, it becomes something more goose-like, maybe? There's some possibilities there. I know we're going to have to include some non-native types of animals and stuff, but I don't know what they're going to be yet. I'm thinking maybe including the Scrafty line, because I think that we could do something I think we could do something interesting with them, potentially regional variant-wise. Because there's some aesthetic thing here. Not them as punks, but still maybe connecting to, like, the Mohawk people. I don't know. I feel like there's something that could be there. So I'm gonna also have to go through this list and figure out what Pokemon we're really missing a lot of types, or what types we're missing a lot of Pokemon for. Say no there. I think... I do really like Zoroa. I do like Zoroark. I'll keep them up here because in addition to the red fox, New England also does have a gray fox, and that's about as close as we can get to a good gray fox. Not sure about these. Or is it goths? I could see my way to a Ranunculus line. Possibly. We don't really have too many ice types. Maybe. Maybe. Okay, Deerling and Starsbuck, absolutely. Have to get those in there. You know what? Also, I think Fungus and Amoongus, potentially. What type are they by default? Goose. Yeah, what are you? Boop-a-doo, boop-a-doo. Grass poison. Yeah, that tracks. But yeah, you know what? Yeah, I could see them included. Emolga. Man, things are getting tough. You know what? Let's come back to these later, and let's start further down by getting rid of all of the legendaries. New York can keep its legendaries. We can have our own. We don't need, Oh, sorry, accidentally dragged Larvesta and... or not Larvesta, God, why can't I remember? Volcarona, there we go. Volcarona, dooba-dooba-doo, dooba-doo. Volcarona. Oh my gosh. Okay. I was never a fan of Alola Mola because I don't like that it looks like it should be related to Love Disc and it's not. That's silly. That's silly to me. You know, we don't have a ton of bugs yet, though. Maybe we bring back the Carablast and the Shelmet line. I could see that. Emolga. Gonna pass on that. Maybe for the Jellicent line, though. I'm sorry, y'all. I don't know if this is particularly entertaining to watch. We might bring in the Litwick line, though. For reasons I'll touch on a little bit later. Alright, we're almost through. LGM and Behem. Again, these are Pokemon that I really like. I'm gonna include them. Okay. Now we're left with these 6. And these are 6 that I am very excited about. It may seem a little odd, considering they're perhaps not the most exciting Pokemon on the surface, but I have big plans for them. Very big plans. So, Kling, it's Kling... It's Clink first, I think, right? Clink. Yeah, it's Clink, then it's Kling Clang. Right? No, it's Kling, then it's Clang, then it's Kling Clang. Right, okay. So Clink and Clang, those are in here as is. Ling Clang, however, is going to have a regional variant. That's a surprise tool that will help me later. And we are going to have regional convergence based off of the Electros, the Electros line. Okay. Of all of them, I feel like this is a region that I very well may come back to edit some things. Like already I'm thinking of adding these back in here. All right, so let's continue on with our regional explanation page here. Okay. Okay, I believe it's... Is it Woobat or... I think it's Woobat first? Oh no, it's Woobat first, okay. Dreams come true all the time. You will always be my best friend. Good friends are those who stick together. Alright. Where was I? Right. Okay, so the Woobat line. Okay, so I think that for the first stage... For the first stage, actually, we might be able to keep the psychic type in. Potentially. So, I was trying to decide on what kind of bat Pokemon to bring in here, and I was really tempted to go with the Zubat line, but I didn't because there's a very sad fact about New England New England bat populations, and I needed a very specific feature on the bat in order for this to work. Namely, I needed a bat with a nose. So, the Woobat line, I think we're starting off... We can keep the typing as the same. Maybe we'll switch it out to, like, normal flying. I'm not sure. Anyway, for now I'll call it normal flying. However, these hibernated... Sorry. Wait. Let's keep it psychic flying first here. Okay. I promise I have a point that I'm getting to. Let's start all. Probably miscategorized it, to be honest. I think it should be more... Swoobat is Novanaki Dex. Woobat can be Novanaki Dex, but it can also be regional variant. But with a split evolution. Because you see, in New England, bat populations need to hibernate during the winter. And oftentimes, this isn't usually a problem. However, sometimes bats, and this was very, very frequently found in New England, very, very recently too, relatively speaking, like, this was around the mid-2000s that what is now called white nose syndrome first sprung up. It is a white fungal growth that covers an infected bat's muzzle and wings. It is a cold-loving fungus that infects them during their hibernation. And unfortunately, because of the activity in its in the bat's biology, where the added warmth created by this fungus wakes it up, it's not actually able to survive through the winter because it uses up its hibernation fat stores and it ends up starving to death. Basically, I'm turning Swoobat and Woobat into my version of Galarian Corsola and Cursula. Does that make sense? If exposed to certain areas, fungal Crustle! That was the evolution of Dwebble. Now I remember. Okay, so... Alright, what was the starting of this one's line again? Tynamo, okay. So, I love Tynamo. I love its whole deal. I think it's super fun. However, I think that we can... I think there's room in the Pokemon world for more than just the one brand of Bloodsucker made into a Pokemon, right? Which is why the Tynamo Convergent line is, for one, a... let's see, it was Dark... Yes, I believe it was Dark Poison. Based off the North American medicinal leech. So instead of lampreys, we're making it into a giant leech that gets even bigger. It's dark and poison type not because it's just this vampiric, weird, gross slug-looking thing, but because it actually feeds on sickness, like literally. The reason that it latches on to people is because it loves the taste of disease and actively seeks to feed and drain other people and Pokemon of said disease. Secondary inspiration for it that we're going to try to include here: Plague Doctors, because Plague Doctors just have incredible aesthetics. They're also going to be inspired by vampire hunters. And I feel like this part might need a little bit of explanation. Drawn to sickly people and Pokemon. These leeches feed on disease. Literally sucking it out of someone's body. It gives the good suck, the suck that is good for you. The reason that we're including vampire hunters here is because of another Pokemon. It is natural enemies with the disease-spreading Nosferatu line of Pokemon. Chat, I don't know how to break it to you, but I'm afraid that my region is going to have a vampire cow as one of its Pokemon. I know this might be difficult to take. It certainly was for me, but due to a really fun bit of historic folklore where New England had this hysteria where a bunch of people with tuberculosis. A bunch of people with tuberculosis were thought to be vampires, and so they were dug up and had their bodies destroyed in a lot of really creative ways that ultimately further spread the tuberculosis and people worrying that there were vampires preying on everyone in town. But the reason that it's part cow is when I was looking up ideas for another part, because I didn't want to just make like a bat as the vampire Pokemon. That's boring. That's predictable. That's blah. And not blah, just blah. So instead, I looked it up, and it turns out among animals, the number one spreader and carrier of tuberculosis that then infects humans is cows. And when I was realizing this, I just idly said, oh, Nosferamu. And Epitome realized in that moment that it's such a perfect name. I can't not make a vampire cow now. This is why we have the Miltank and the Tauros lines as well, because those are the normal, healthy cow populations for this region that occasionally, through the infection of the full-grown Nosferamu, instead give birth to their first stage of the evolutionary line, Caffula. It goes Caffula, Vampsteer, Nosferamu. And I could not be happier that this is what I ended up with. And I'm realizing now also that probably most of the people that would be most excited about this vampire cow are currently in ads and are not actually able to hear any of this. Well, anywho. Okay, and then Kling Clang. Kling Clang. I'm just pausing for a second because I see ads are almost over. Hi everyone, welcome back. Did you make it through the long, cold winter of advertisements? Were you preyed upon by a wicked Nosferamu? Hmm? Well, I hope you're back. Anywho, I don't know if anyone who's actively watching and talking actually heard anything from that. I'm glad to see you're excited about the Nosferamu line. Did you hear everything I said about it, Kay? Or should I repeat a little bit? Oh, okay, so the vampire cow Pokemon that we're making here is based off of the New England vampire panic, which was a time, I believe, in the 18th century where several states in New England thought that they had a huge vampire problem, that vampires were draining the life out of their citizens, killing people left and right. It turns out, actually, it was outbreaks of tuberculosis. And because a lot of the methods they used to destroy the vampires' bodies ended up spreading the disease further, it only got worse. Turns out, the number one animal that is a carrier of tuberculosis and an infector of human populations is cows. And while I discovered this, I just idly said the phrase Nosferamu, like Nosferatu and moo. And my partner Epitome immediately sprung on that and demanded that I make the vampire cow Pokemon. So we're going to have a vampire cow. And it's going to be the arch enemy of the dark poison, plague doctor, vampire hunter, leech Pokemon. Because why the fuck not? Okay. Now we have Kling Clang. So I'm bringing back the Clink line in a big way. So Clink is kind of a forgettable Pokemon, right? The whole line, really. But they still represent something important. They represent industry. You know what else New England had in abundance? Industry. The Industrial Revolution, as we think of it in America, started in New England. All of the big centers of manufacturing and industry and development and factorization, that all happened in New England. The first mass-produced cars weren't made in Detroit. They were made in Connecticut. They were made in Massachusetts. All of this nation-changing technology was born from this one little area of states. And so I wanted to give the Clink line a little bit of additional love. They represent industry. They're machines. They are literally the gears of industry. So once you have a Clang, you can find several different devices in the region, all based off of some of the mechanical marvels that New England created in the 19th and 18th centuries. And which version you get decides what new secondary type and form it gets as a Kling Clang. So the type options here are, if you get the equipment, if you get the fragment from the power mill, the water mill, it becomes the water type, of course. If you get the mechanical fragment of the cotton gin, it becomes grass type. If you get the parts from a firearm, because fun fact, the Colt Firearm Company and the Winchester Firearm Companies, those were both from Connecticut and Massachusetts, respectively. We made a lot of guns, baby. I'm giving this Pokemon a gun, and it's getting the Steel Fire type as a result. But wait, there's more. If you give it the delicate equipment and little pieces of the planetary displays, you can turn it into a observatory-style astronomical display, an orrery, and it gains the psychic type as its secondary. If you give it the parts for a wind-up toy soldier, it becomes steel fighting. And finally, if you give it the part of the power loom, the machine responsible for turning raw fibers into usable thread and fabric, it gets dark as its secondary type. You might be wondering, why would a power loom be dark type? Because, my dear viewer, the power loom, more than any other type of factorization, was responsible for an enormous number of employee injuries and deaths, especially children. If you were a child back then, there was no child labor laws. They would basically say, hey, look, the power loom is jammed here. We need you to go reach in and pull out the thing clogging it up. If it tears your arm off, if you bleed out on the factory floor, that's an acceptable loss. Hence, it's Steel Dark type. This region, we don't need no stinking Eevees. You can keep your weird cat, fox, dog things. This region, we only love one regional multiform evolution, and that's Click. This is brought to you by the Clink Propaganda Squad. Anyway, so let me actually type all that in now. It evolves from Clang. While it evolves from Clang, it must be holding one of 6 different evolutionary items. They're all fragments of historical inventions from the New England region, and give Kling Clang a different secondary type and additional moves. Not movies, moves. There we go. So we have Hot Engine, which gives you access to Steel Grass. Let's see, then it's Firearm Components. We're doing it, chat. We're finally giving a Pokemon a gun. Steel. Nope. Nope. Steel Fire. Power Mill. Steel Water. Orrery. And Orrery models. Engine. Yes. Steel. Come on. Psychic. There was something specific on it. This is the second time you've watched me gush over a special interest, and it's the sweetest thing ever, not gonna lie. As much as I want to stay, I gotta run though. You have a lovely rest of your night. Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you. You have a lovely rest of your night too, Kay. Thank you so much for stopping by. Alright. Heckin' gay rabbit. I am. And you're a heckin' gay ferret. You know what? I don't have it here, but I think also maybe a split ducklet evolution based off of Canadian geese hockey players. Canadian geese and hockey players. Nice flying. How is your raid, Hazel? I hope it went well for you. Let's see, do we have any more? We have Gen 7. Where is Gen 6? Pokemon Gen 6. That's right. This is when it really started getting to be 3D Pokemon. So I don't think I'm likely to find too many 2D sprites here. But maybe. Let me see. No, not that one. Let's see. Pokemon sprites. Let's see, did Smogon have Smogon Sprite Project? Wonderful. Oh, this is wonderful. Okay. Oh, I can definitely use these, I think. Okay, so that means I can include Pokemon from Gen 6 and Gen 7. Obviously, this isn't going to be a perfect fit since we're going to be hopefully adding plenty of new Pokemon too. But as a starting point, at least. I mean, I could probably use the fletchling line for a robin stand-in. Robins are, as we've talked about, very common. the main ones I think that I would want to include are the Trevenant and Pumpkaboo lines. Probably, what are those called? Like, remember one of them's like Clawitzer, I think. Alright, well, I may as well set it up at least. Although I don't think we're really going to be including too many from this region. Not on Surge, no, on Sure. Okay. Start by putting all of these in there. We don't need no other regional special. We may include these bunnies, though. We may include these bunnies. Same with the birds. We already have a couple of birds, but we also are going to be adding at least like one more line. Maybe for the Flababy line. As much as I like Go-Goat, it's not a very good Pokemon. Let's see. I hope everyone's still enjoying themselves. I know I am. Honestly, I would be enjoying myself doing this regardless, I think. Nah, the Mountain Goat is really more central and northwest animal in North America. They're really not very good, though. If I include them, it's going to be as some kind of regional variant, I think. I kind of like the Inkay line. I would save Tyler, but that's not a thing I can do, unfortunately. Also, how's it going, Tyler? How you doing? I hope you're having a good day today. I do kind of like Carbang. Ugh, Goomy. I'm gonna have to say no on the Goomy, only because we might be able to have something better. Excuse me. Okay. Pretty straightforward that time. And nothing to include in variance or convergence or explanations. Good, good. Just got home. I'm glad to hear that. So, should I take it that you're also interested in helping out with my little fan project here? Oh, look at those beautiful sprites that we can use. Alright. Think you're a nerd in the project. It's cool. Well, thank you. I'll take that, I guess. Have you caught any of... Oh, wait, that was you, Hazel. I misread it. How is your night going, though? Both of you. For those of you who might be just coming in, pretty straightforward explanations to these things. The first category is I want to include it in the region's decks, right? Just plain as it is. Regional variant means that it is going to be something that will have like a different form or a different typing. Regional convergent means that the Pokemon itself will not be included, but a Pokemon designed to be similar to it, like Wiglet and Diglett. A Pokemon designed to be similar to it will be included. Unsure means, well, I haven't decided yet. And excluded means that it's just not going to be included. Pretty straightforward. Pretty much all of the legendaries, a lot of the pseudo-legendaries, all of the starters, definitely the Paradox Pokemon, or not Paradox for this generation, it was God, it was like, God, I am totally drawing a blank on this. I know that it was like a beast ball that you used to catch them. Beast. No, the alien Pokemon, the Pokemon from another dimension, basically. Why can't I remember what they called? I thought Paradox was Gen 9. So maybe if I... let's see... Stacka, that was one of them. Ultra Beast, that's what it was. I knew it was something Beast. Ultra Beast, okay. Thank you, Zephyr. Also, hey Zephyr, how you doing? Hope you're having a good day. Ah, yeah, this was the first generation we got regional forms. Those were so exciting. You're doing good. I'm glad to hear that. I am doing pretty well too, you know? I have been slowly recovering from my back pain flare up, and it has been going pretty smoothly. Today, anyway, just today. Like, I have had a lot of issues with pain other days, but today at least, it's been pretty good. As much as I personally love Mimikyu, I'm already excluding the actual Pikachu from the region, so it wouldn't make much sense for Mimikyu to be here. I will accept Minior, though. That one can hang. Honestly, Magiarna might be the first mythical from another region that I'd consider including, because it's, again, like I've talked about how New England is so inherently tied to the American Industrial Revolution, and this is a very technological Pokemon, while also still being very historical feeling. I like that. Delmise, I think, would make a great fit. A lot of sunken ships, a lot of kelp and seaweed. I'm glad today has been a pretty good day. You had such a good weekend. You got to spar and punch people in the face, and this really tall lady kicked you directly in your solar plexus. Well, girl, you have got to tell me what the context for all that is, because it sounds delightful. Thank you for the hydrate. I'm gonna say no to the Oricorio, because those are based off of a very specific type of finch, and the evolutionary adaptability of the Galapagos, very specific. Sandygast is a maybe, because there's a lot of beaches. Crabrawler. It's a solid unsure. I think there's potentially room for it here, though. She was practicing front kicks, and you did not see it coming, but also you didn't know that so much thought went into these Pokemon. Oh yeah, there's really a ton of stuff that you can do and think about, and really should think about with these kind of Pokemon. Or I do, at least. Teach me your wise ways, Sensei. I don't know if I'm that wise. I'm mainly just designing I'm designing a region based off of my home region of the US, the Northeast, New England. So I'm trying to just pick things that I feel are really evocative and connected to New England and would help round things out. And then if I feel like there's not a diverse enough pool of types, even after I include the Fakemon that I want to design and include in this region, then I'll start going back in and add things that are more kind of like, I'm kind of iffy on this, but sure, let's throw it in, you know? This is the kind of world building you love doing. You fully support this endeavor. You too are from the Northeast. Does New Jersey count? So New Jersey it's one of those cases of squares and rectangles. So New Jersey is like, or not sorry, quadrilaterals and rectangles. So both people from New Jersey and people from New England are quadrilaterals, but people from New England and people from New Jersey are like comparing squares and rectangles, if that makes sense. So how about Kansas? I mean, I can't remember what KS is off the top of my head, but Kansas is definitely definitely too south. New Jersey is pretty close. I would consider it neighboring enough to have like some common ground, though. As much as I love the woodpecker, the toucan just feels too out of left field for us. And I don't want to bother with adding another regional bird right now. I love Cutie Fly's line. Don't think it fits here. Didn't follow a single thing, boss. You know what, Zebri? That's totally okay. If you want, though, you're welcome to hop in to hang out and talk about this stuff as we go through it. Let's see, that is Mariani, or Marini. That's based off of the Crown of Thorns starfish. Where is that again? Indo-Pacific. Okay, so nowhere close, really. The Rockruff as a line of dogs, no. But as a potential stand-in for coyotes, yes, because New England does have coyotes. You would, but you're in bed and your partner is already very much asleep. Should you move the wrong way, you will incur terror. Understandable. I hope you have a lovely night. Wishy-washy. I like wishy-washy. I can't remember if it's based off of a specific kind of fish. Let's find out. Pacific sardines. Huh. Speaking of coyotes, your dog and you came within spitting distance of 2 on the trails today. Oh my gosh. That sounds scary. I hope y'all are okay. Jeez Louise. Let's see, do we have a Atlantic equivalent of this, or is it all European. Not quite what I'm looking for. Okay, you know what? I think that there's enough. There's enough to include them. Also gonna bring the crab roller lineup for more type variety. Yeah, we're good. Coyotes are skittish things, at least when they're full. But your dog would fuck some coyotes up. Damn. What kind of dog you packing? What kind of dog does your dog have in them? Oh god. I'm really tempted to include the mud spray line. But we're also, the starter fire type is going to be evolving into a workhorse of like similar size. Dupider, maybe. A Rhodesian Ridgeback. Oh wow, those things are huge, aren't they? Salandit and Salazzle. Maybe. I think we can definitely bring the Morlul line in. Got a lot of fungus. Hey, J Decky. Welcome back. Good to have you. Comfey, I think, is a little too regional here. I am on Gen 7 right now. I know, there's a lot, aren't there? They're pretty big. 90 pounds? That's like how much I weighed in elementary school. Early middle school, maybe even. Holy shit. I do like me some isopods, so I think we might have to bring those in as well. Yeah, you know, this list doesn't have a... Surprisingly, despite being one of my absolute favorite generations, not a ton of Pokemon that I feel work as well as I would really like them to for our region. You're welcome to talk if you want, Jade Daggy. If you just want to type, though, that is fine as well. What if we turned off everything and called it Lights Out Pokemon? Well, I mean, I don't think I could do that on Twitch then, because that would literally just be Pokemon After Dark. And you know, that's probably not a great idea to...
Oh, there they are, the culprit.
Oh, hey! Pan! You! You!
You need that dramatic zoom. Do it.
You're the one to blame for this. If you hadn't introduced me to the possibility of creating fan games and the ease of access to the starting point, why, yeah, you oughta... I would have never played around with this idea. It's all you to blame. This is a call-out post now for Pan Naps. Pan is the reason that I am taking what was an idle daydream of a project idea into something that is actually something I might try to do. You dear, you pile of hempen rope, you Chinese fortune cookie with surprisingly accurate message, You pile of squirrels in a trench coat, slowly falling in love with each other, but so slowly they don't even notice it. I could say things about you, but I guess I technically also have to thank you for inspiring this, since this is, I guess, surprisingly enjoyable content. So I'll take it, I guess. How's your weekend? How you doing? What you been up to? If you're okay with you shilling, yeah, sure. Pan is working on a region based off of his childhood home of Alaska. He's calling it, I think, Pokemon Opal? Okay, Pokemon Gen 8. We're almost through already, chat. Can you believe it? It only took us, what? 4 hours? Okay, Gen 5, Gen 6, Gen 7. Do we not have one just for Gen 8? All
You're
water
still zoomed in there,
types.
B.
Oh, right. A lot of, let's see. Don't weasel your way out of this. A lot of TTRPG stuff, mostly making players insane with cosmic horrors. Now, is that still you talking about Pokemon Opal? Or is that now another project? Where is Pokemon Gen 8? Gen 6, 7... Gen 8, there we go. Okay, same deal as before. This is also now assuming that we can find the Smogon sprites for it to use. Cosmic Horrors is another project, a Monster of the Week game. Hell yeah, loved playing that game. Would love to play it more, but sadly that isn't meant to be anymore. Sorry. Anyway, yeah, Pan, if you want to like hang out and talk shop, I would love to. What's the term? I'd love to pick your brain on things and to share some of the stuff that we've got already. Ooh, I will be honest, most of this region I don't really care that much about for our project's purpose. But Novanaki.
I mean, do we have to include every generation?
Oh, absolutely not. But there are still Pokemon from Gen 8 that I think would make excellent fits that I'll go over still. So our categories, as always, Novanaki Dex, regional variants. I don't know why that is weirdly sideways. Let's try this again. Novanaki Dex. Regional variant. I'll be honest, man, I've got a lot of ideas already. Some that I'm very proud of. Like the vampire cow Pokemon. I promise, it's actually a deep cut reference to real New England history and culture.
I don't care what reference it is. I still just like it strongly.
Its name in Final Evolution is named Nosferatu.
You can't hate it forever, but you can hate it for a small.
You can try.
I can succeed.
You regional variants, regional convergence. Unsure. New England, handshake Alaska. Cold. It too cold.
It cold. Yeah.
And then exclude. Alright, so first off, let's get all of these starters into excluded. I'll be honest, you know, you would think, oh hey, this is the generation that finally gave us a rabbit starter. You think I would have been like overjoyed with it. I really did not like a single one of the Gen 8 starters. I'll be honest.
Well, I mean,
This
rabbit-
gen was like a huge miss for me, and it really sucks. But yeah.
What
I'm
about the
also,
foxes? Do you like the foxes at least?
I'll get to them. I'm also immediately gonna remove any of the Gigamax / Gigantamaxes, because that is just not a mechanic we're gonna have here.
Not into size change, huh?
Nah, not really. It don't do nothing for me. Not like this. I'm also not going to include the regional fossils because, unlike England, New England actually has good paleontologists.
What?
Hmm?
What does that mean?
Do you know the story behind why the Galar fossils are all horrible abominations of nature in pain from their existence?
Because the guys who put them together had no idea what the fuck they were doing?
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's a historic
I thought that was
in-joke.
most art. Oh, is it? Okay. I didn't know. Okay.
Yeah, because English paleontology was a huge fucking joke for quite a long time.
Bunch of assholes who thought they knew better than everyone else. No offense, but that's most of the English thinking I've noticed.
You know, for starters, he made Sfeel, Roly-Poly, and Bidoo starters with quite a few Yes, I was looking over your notes, actually. I will be honest, also, there's some starters that are available as trade Pokemon, like a Piplup can be obtained in trade for a Cubchoo. That's a very good deal. That sounds like a fantastic deal, actually, yeah. Okay, so, you know what, let me get to some of these a little later. I'm just putting all of the legendaries and many of the Hisuians away up here. Okay, now this brings us down to, I think, all of the Pokemon that we can start talking about here. But yes, Pan, if you are available at any particular time outside of stream, please let me know, because I would love to hit you up to talk shop and to talk theory crafting and design and all of that from one aspiring Pokemon fan game maker to another. Okay, so if we can get the sprites for it, we've got gray squirrels, we got red squirrels. I think that the Squelbit line would be a perfect fit. I also think that I would like to include the crow element of the Corviknight line if possible. It depends, honestly. It depends what typing we need more variety for. The Blipbug, Orbeetle, I don't freaking remember name. We already have a good Ladybug. It might still be worth coming around to get. Now, if we can get the sprite set up for it, this, I think, more so than Vulpix, is going to be our region's fox, or at the very least, red fox Pokemon. Absolutely. We do have Cotton. In fact, we famously created the Cotton Gym. So, pretty good chance of including those, I think. It may have been missed, but Gen 6 through 8 do have 2D sprites made by fans. Hell yeah. Duly noted. Wooloo. I mean, we already have the Marique line included. Do we really need the Wooloo 2? Unsure.
I mean,
Hmm?
you could have both, but they just be found in different regions.
Potentially. I'll put them in unsure for now. I feel like we need more turtles. I would really prefer something more box turtle-y than Choodle Dreadnought, so if anything, this might be... They might end up becoming regional variants. They might be included as is. I might just come up with a different turtle Pokemon. I'm not sold on Yamper Bolthound. Bolthound I thought was a huge letdown. If you're going to make a Corgi, don't then make it another less interesting to look at type of dog. I don't know. Let's see. Roly-Poly. Coal mining is really more of a slightly further west state thing, like starting, I would say, probably in, like, Pennsylvania onwards.
Famously Pennsylvania, absolutely.
Yeah, so probably not for us. The Applin line, though. I think the Applin, yes. However, I want to add one additional Applin. I would like to add another one. It keeps the Grass Dragon typing, but it has an ability, perhaps, or something. Basically, I want one that is based on apple cider. Because, you know, apples in general, a very, very common New England staple fruit. But I feel like apple cider is very underrepresented in Applin's offerings of very sweet treats you can make out of apple. And I wanna see that fixed. I'm not gonna be using the Silicobra line. We will have our own regional snake type. For those of you who missed it, in my research, I found out that in New England we have something called the timber rattlesnake. And I thought immediately, oh my gosh, how has there not been a rattlesnake Pokemon yet? And then I immediately thought, wait, timber snake, timber rattlesnake. And I thought of a snake with, like, bark-shaped scales running down its back with a pine cone as its rattle. And
That's such a good call.
it writes itself.
Yeah.
The apple cider Applin is like a worm in a martini appletini that is really cute. Cramorant.
I mean, Cramorant's perfect. I love that little bastard. He's great.
The problem is, if I include Cramorant, I feel like for his gimmick, I then also have... Well, I guess I don't have to include the Barraskewda or Pikachu, but it feels also like it's kind of... I don't know. It doesn't quite feel right. It feels kind of like this is the Pelipper we have at home, but I'm also not including Pelipper.
Okay, Hans, so because his whole thing is he's always eating a fish, you don't feel comfortable just having...
You know what, I'll put him in unsure for now. I might come back to it.
I mean, you do have Magikarp on here, because...
That's true. The apple cider Applin has weak armor because its shell is made of glass. Ooh. There's something to that, I think.
That's interesting.
Sadly, New England is not particularly known for its historic punk rock scene.
This feels like a reference to something.
Oh, yeah, I was just looking at the Toxel... God, what the fuck is that? Toxtricity sign.
Yeah.
I
mean, there is the one song by the Dropkick Murphys, and that's about it.
I mean, alternatively, instead of Appleton, I could also make the apple cider a Poltegeist regional variant, or maybe that would, I think that would be more like Convergent. I don't know. That's
Could you
tough.
define the convergent thing for me again?
Yes, so convergent evolution in Pokemon is when Pokemon across different regions who have not had any kind of like organic, naturally occurring interaction with each other, when they evolve to develop similar looking forms because they fill similar ecological niches. So this came in Paldea, which is why we got Pokemon like Wiglet, Wugtrio, or the Toadskrull line. Does that make sense?
It does.
Alright. No, you need the Poltegeist to be tea for the Boston Tea Party. I mean, alternatively, though, wouldn't that be the reason why you can't find the tea anymore? Is Poltegeist the ghost of all of the tea? Like, there's only a couple of them because they're just the ghosts of the unused tea?
That's fucked up. I don't like that. Uncle
I'm
Iroh would like
open to
speak
its
with you.
idea. They're only found if you surf in not Boston. I kind of like that. I do kind of like that.
It is your region. These are your jokes. You're allowed to make them.
We'll have to see. Let's see. I don't think we have a ton of ice types or moth types, so we can have a little Snom as a treat. And these are the only Pokemon I feel comfortable bringing over from the friggin' Hisui region, the Basculegion, because otherwise, Basculin is too boring on its own. Do you have a Pokedex number you're trying to reach for, or are you just vibing? Right now, I'm mainly going based off of vibes and what feels right. Once I have that, I'm going to be looking back to see, okay, in terms of, like, power levels, in terms of, like, the types that I include, like, do I feel like I have enough of this, of that? Oh, also, I feel one other thing I should say is, I don't know how yet, but I know it's going to tie into if I end up making a regional gimmick for Novanaki, but at least one of the types has fundamentally changed how it functions in the region. For now, I am saying because of the historical echoes and resonance of the pollution produced by the industrial boom in the Novanaki region, poison typing here is stronger than it is elsewhere, and it's particularly strong against water types because water biomes are one of the easiest to pollute and harm through toxins, trash, poisons, natural pollution. So in this region, poison gets one more super effective attack, and it is against water. Toxel, it drinks poison polluted water. Maybe. I'm not totally sold on it because I feel like Toxel and Toxtricity have such wildly different things going on. Like, maybe if I tried to take it in a different direction? I'm not sure. By the way, Pan, was there supposed to be a link that you sent with that last post? Because it's just, here's the link to the sprites. But there's no hypertext. Once again, Alaska, New England region, holding hands with pollution themes in our games. So, you know what, actually, now that I have this part done, honestly, there's not really too many I can think of that I particularly care a ton about to add from the latest region in Paldea. It's not that I don't like the Paldean Pokemon. I really do like a ton of them. But they just don't necessarily feel like they're necessary to fit in. Ah, alright. I mean, this is to your Ko-Fi, which is good, but I meant more to the link to the sprites that you were saying. Unless it's in here somewhere. Yeah, but the DM didn't have a link attached. Or if it did, it got disconnected somehow. Like, I'll take a quick look at Gen 9, but I don't think there's really ones that... Oh no. Ah, there we are. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. Gen 9. That's starter Pokemon. That's the opposite of what I need, actually. I need the Pokemon that are not starters at all, please. Okay. Pokemon Generation 9. Like, I really can't think of anything in particular that I absolutely gotta have out of Scarlet and Violet's decks. Did Snowrunt make it into New England? At the moment, I believe it is in the unsure category, if I'm being honest. I know, it's a terrible betrayal.
I don't know. Is it?
Oh,
I feel like there are
to Pan it is.
though.
It can live in
It can
Maine.
live in Maine.
I mean, it might be able to live in Maine.
I feel like it's definitely a Vancouver and similar regions.
Let me just take a quick look at the Gen 9 Pokemon to remind myself if there's anything I feel like I gotta have. But I feel like since it's largely Mediterranean flavored over here, it's not really a ton that I'm like, yes, gimme. Yeah. No, nothing here. I don't think there's anything here that I need. It could live in Alaska as well. I imagine it would. That's one of Pan's favorite Pokemon. So, just to review what we had up here. The Novanaki region is based off of New England, which is the 6 states in the northeastmost part of the US: Connecticut, New Hampshire, Maine, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Vermont. And the key theme that I'm trying to focus on for this region is tradition versus innovation. It's about... I'll be there in just a moment. It's about accepting remembering and celebrating the past while also using it not just as a crutch, not just as the limit of what can be done, but as inspiration and the driving force towards things in the future as well. And yes, I am bitter about Scarlet and Violet making their theme literally the past and the future, because now it's gonna feel like I was just cribbing off of their notes, which sucks because I have had this idea in the works since like 2016, 2017. But oh well.
They stole your idea because you could never prove it.
It's true. Mr. Pokemon himself came into my DMs and said, it's a nice idea you have on this notes doc app that you have never shared with anyone before. It would be a shame if something happened to it. I'll say I think Snowrunt would actually thrive really well in New England, but as an invasive species. Ooh, interesting. You strike a compelling argument, Pan. I will consider it strongly. Yeah, like, looking at this list, maybe Nimble and Low Kicks, maybe Mousehold, but, like, at this point, I think I've gone through a lot of the Pokemon that feel like these vibe with the region, so now I think it's about making sure that we've got a relatively balanced type pool and see what other spots we can fill in with additional Fakemon. Would you say that should Snow be in New England naturally, but would they become strong there? Yes. That's a fair point. That is a fair point. Honestly, I think I might try and have the regional mechanics somehow be attached to like folklore and belief, because I kind of really like the idea that it's not just the fact that there was a strong history of pollution in the Novanaki region that caused the poison type to get stronger here, but also that, like, it is somehow the continued belief in that folklore, in that superstition, in that idea that continues to help power that. I don't know, I feel like there might be something there. Mouse family, fun fact in the game, their pre-evo just kind of evolves when you aren't... I know, I love those little guys. We may use Mousehole. You didn't put Hatteran line in, but the Salem Witch Trials. That is because we are already going to have several Witch Pokemon. We are going to have, in fact, our Grass starter is based off of the Salem Witch Trials. And we also have a couple of others in the works, like the regional variant Jinx and her evolution are also going to be based off of witches. So don't worry, I got you there. Oh yeah, Fakemon starters. I have got to go tuck my partner into bed, but I think we're getting close to a good wrap point for this as our first session. I'm going to keep this document up. I'm going to try and start spreading it in channels that I've got a little more control over. But I'm going to go put my partner, tuck him into bed, then I'm going to come back. I'm going to go over all of the stuff we talked about tonight, and then we'll wrap it up. I'll say the next time we do this... should the next time we do this be us starting with trying to map out the region, or... No, I feel like it should be starting off with talking about the regional Fakemon ideas, really. Okay. Either way, I will be right back. stay right there for the nightly recap of this project. I guess it's going to be a recap at the end every time I do these now. So, yeah, I will be right back. Right. Ah. Let's see. I'm back. I think finding the map of the region is good once you know what Pokemon you want and where you... That's a good point. That's a good point. Alright, so... Okay, so... skipping over the regional decks since I'm going to try to get more stuff in there first, since I basically just skipped over that. That was the boring part for all of the listings. Let's focus instead for now on the regional variants and the convergence. So, starting off roughly in Pokédex National Dex order. Pan, this one's for you, bud. After tonight, I guess we'll talk about Fakemon next time we do this. Which hopefully won't be too long. Anywho. Regional variants. Meowth. I love regional Meowths. I think Meowth is neat. The Meowths of the Novanaki region have shifted to be fairy type. They are highly domesticated. A lot of care is put into breeding them to have the proper coat colorations. It's mostly recognized as black, white, sort of a tuxedo cat look, with a little bit of red along the neck. They specifically, though, have been bred to be much more gentle and soft around people, most often children. In fact, many adults of the region who have Novanaki Meowths will leave their Meowths in charge of entertaining children with games of make-believe and all manner of silly activities that the frivolous feline can come up with in the moment. If you want to play make-believe Meowth, Novanaki Meowth are fantastic at it. Hell, it evolves into the silly Pokemon, Hijinks. Hijinks, the name coming from hijinks and lynx, which is a type of large wild cat that is endemic to the area. It gets a little more loosey-goosey, a little rubber-hosey. It gets prankster as its ability, and the reason it's such an almost cartoonish feline now, this master of mischief and make-believe, is because it is based off of one of New England's most beloved childhood authors, Theodore Geisel, aka Dr. Seuss. This is the cat. The little Kolban coin that Meowth has evolves in this regional form of Hijinks to resemble the hat. What were red tufts at the edge of its neck fur, full fleshed out into appearing like a bow tie as well. And of course, they have Prankster as their ability. This is a Meowth less focused on directly attacking and more focused on messing around with status effects and other silly little non-damaging moves. So, next we have the Slowpoke line. The Slowpoke line is actually a little bit of a misnomer. You see, the abundance of fish that thrive in the Novanaki region have set the angling instincts of the very passive fishers that slowpoke usually are into something much more active. They no longer have psychic type. They have no use for sitting around in quiet contemplation, no. Instead, slowpoke are actually now water electric. You see, the slowpoke of the Novanaki region are masterful fisher Pokemon. If you want help catching water type Pokemon, they are your guy. They are there everywhere along the coastlines, along rivers and lakes. They keep their tail in the water perfectly still, barely even breathing, until something touches the tip of its tail. Then it uses its electric impulse to paralyze the fish. Its jaw clamped down and locked on to the slowpoke's tail as it reels it in with lightning fast reflexes. It's either going to have static as its ability, or a new ability that would become its signature of the Novanaki Slowpoke line that harshly raises their speed stat when they've been damaged by an attack for the first time in a fight. Like how fishermen have to be super still until something is finally on the line. I really like this one. I really, really like this one. And part of it is just because I love the idea of a super fast slowpoke that is a much more aggressive predator. They usually don't just like willy-nilly zap the water, because that's not very like sportsman of them, you know? But anything that bites on their tail, that's how they make sure it stays on their tail. Because fun fact, if you get electrocuted, your muscles lock up. It's not that you get blown away by it. That's the people that get seemingly blown away by electrical shock, that happens because their muscles were already flexed and it just forces them to extend. If you grab onto something, you can very easily have your hand stuck to it because your muscles lock on. That's what Slowpoke is doing with its tail. They are still technically slow, but it's very deliberate. They can be absolutely devastatingly fast, too. And again, I just really love the idea of one of those memes of a slowpoke threateningly framed, and it just says, like, Slowpoke is 50 meters away. Slowpoke is 30 meters away. Slowpoke is 10 meters away, and they're all just, like, seconds apart from each other. I don't know, it's a stupid image, but I love it. Farfetch'd. So this one is very much a small town deal for me. I grew up in a town in Connecticut called Wethersfield. I don't live there anymore, so I'm not doxing myself, but I grew up there, and one of Wethersfield, which is this really historic, old history towns, one of their claims to fame is, back in the day, if you ate a red onion anywhere in the United States, that onion was grown in Wethersfield. They were the red onion capital of the entire country. And so I wanted either with Oddish. At first I was thinking Oddish, but then I thought, that's really more of like a radish. That doesn't quite fit. And then I remembered, oh, Farfetch, that carries an onion. You know, for your Alaska region, you like the idea of slowpokes introduced in their environment by a route based on the Kenai because it's a big fishing spot and people brought them as fishing buddies. I love that. I love the idea of trainers just cracking open a cold one with their slowpokes. That's wonderful. Oh, I mean, a leek is still in the family of onion. It's a green onion. So this is a far-fetched that instead of flying normal, it is become ground bound. It is grass normal. Why is it no longer able to fly? Because it uses a giant sprouting red onion as like a medieval flail, as like a meteor hammer. And it evolves into a regional martial artist expertise in the use of the flail giant onion. And I have to give credit for Jay Deggy for suggesting the element of the meteor hammer as the Chinese martial art weapon, because then I realized that makes it a Peking duck. Uh, I believe you were also the one who suggested the name for the evolution being far flung. Is that right?
Yeah, that was my brains.
It's fantastic. I love it. Then we have Jinx, thinking either grass psychic, maybe grass poison. I I want to make a regional Jinx because I want her to finally have a second evolution. It's so unfair because like she was part of the elemental weirdo trios back in Gen 1. It was her, Electabuzz, and Magmar. And all three of them got a baby form, but then only two of them got a second evolution, and that always struck me as so unfair. Jinx has served her time. She knows what she has been unwittingly roped into in her early days, and she's gotten better. I think she deserves a second chance. So we're adding a regional Jinx line, which will give her a second evolution based on the ideas of folk medicine, hedge witches, witches in general, and the native fungi of the region, especially the Amanita mushroom, you know, that famous red cap, white flecked top mushroom. Because I look at Jinx's body, which is really very like slug like, and I think that kind of already looks like a mushroom cap. The idea of Smoochum having an overly big hat that's a mushroom cap that they grow into, you get me. You get me. Then we have the Lapras type. So Lapras is a Pokemon that was not originally native. They did not evolve to exist in this region. They kind of came over during some of the Pokemon Ice Ages, basically. And they found that in this new region, the protective shell that they have, that shell that aids in flotation and aids in protecting them in other regions, it was kind of a big issue for them here because in this new region, it was making them too slow. They weren't able to escape from predators who had no problem breaking through their shell. So they evolved away from that. They lose the ice type. And instead, they evolve into a new evolution for Lapras based off of Vermont's very own favorite lake monster. Up in Lake Champlain, they have Champ. They have Champy, the American answer to, well, one of our many answers to Nessie. And so Lapras evolves into Champras. And also gains ground for its secondary typing. The idea is that they evolve into a much more agile, nimble lake creature. And the ground type comes from the fact that they sweep and rake over the bottom of the lake bed to stir up these huge clouds, covering clouds and smoke screens of silt and mud. They are able to perfectly glide through the lakes and the rivers, completely concealed from predators and prey alike by their ever present cloud of underwater dirt. I just thought that would be a really fun way to do it. And, you know, a lot of the reason that people talk about not being able to find lake monsters, because they definitely exist, of course, is because, it's hard to look in lakes. A lot of lakes are really big, and they're very dirty down there. It's hard to see. So this is a Lapras, as it evolves into Champras, that takes advantage of that specifically. Okay. Oh, Lantern, Lantern, Lantern. Oh, this one's one of my favorites, I'm not gonna lie. For Lantern, I don't know about you, Pan, but Lantern for me was always a huge disappointment. Damn, you guys haven't cleaned up this lake in the last 1,000 years? Well, we have the Hey, Hazel.
I
We-
forgot I had that fucking on. I'm so sorry.
The problem is they have cleaned it up, but there's this damn giant lake serpent that keeps stirring up all of the mud and silt over again. So they kind of just gave up after a few centuries. So, I don't know about you, Pan. Ow. Who threw that? I don't know about you, but I personally feel like Lantern was a huge disappointment. It's cute and all, sure. However, Chinchou promised an anglerfish Pokemon. And this was in the generation they started adding sexual dimorphism. Why does Lantern look so lame then? So in my region, when Chinchou evolves, it is now a split evolution. And to the best of my knowledge, for the first time, its moveset and its typing, as well as dramatically its overall form, changes depending on if it is a male or a female Chinchou. Because, just to remind people, the main influence here is the anglerfish. And anglerfish, for one, these wonderful, horrifying, giant, toothy mawed sea monsters, but also, notice here, this is the female anglerfish. This down here, that little guy is the male. I am going to make a Lantern that has this level of size difference. So allow me to explain. The male Lanterns, when they evolve, they dramatically shrink down in size. They also lose their electric typing to trade that in for dark typing. They are essentially just support staff for their female counterparts. They are cleaner fish. They tend to the female Lantern. They clean up the scraps of prey, and they help ensure that anything lured towards the female Lantern ends up being too weakened to escape from them. Now, the females, on the other hand, they grow very large. They also get very toothy. They become, losing their water type, dark electric amphibious anglerfish. They roam around the rocky coasts of Novanaki, and on dark nights, they extend up their lure lights and they spin them around in spirals. Why? Because female Lantern use their lights to imitate lighthouses, luring ships to crash against the rocky coast, and they then feed on any of the survivors wounded from the crash. I'm not gonna make this something that just, like, cowardly hides in just the Pokedex. There's gonna be actual NPCs that will tell you terror stories about how, like, yeah, my grandpa was killed and eaten by a lantern. I hate these fucking fish. So yeah, that's my plan for lanterns. They are going to be a species made up exclusively of homicidal land-dwelling anglerfish and the parasitic little male wives that love them. Truly it is very much a girl boss, male wife Pokemon dynamic I'm talking about here. I love it. You also have to have some that are like, lanterns aren't real, they're just tall tales. Oh, absolutely. Like I said with explaining why poison type is stronger in this region, folklore is a huge influence here, and it's going to have a huge role to play in the effects of Pokemon in the region. Alright, so then another one. This was, I think, the first one that it really felt like, oh, this is really a collaborative effort. This is really like a lot of people throwing in some good ingredients to the pot. That's the Wingull line. So Wingull, it's a cute little guy. I appreciate this cute little bird, this little sea bird. However, it's not really a goal to me. You know why? Because it's not a piece of shit that is trying to attack me and steal all of my french fries because I have the nerve to eat my fish and chips outside. So in this region, in Novanaki, Wingull are now flying and fighting type. They're mean little SOBs, and they also are drawing in inspiration from sailors and pirates. They operate in organized flocks to raid people. They use tactics like flanking. They use decoys. They are fully organized privateers. Well, not privateers. They're pirates. And anything they can, they will steal from you. Whether it be food, valuables. If it's not nailed down, a Wingull will try and steal it from you. And also, it now has 2 evolutions. First, it evolves into Briganet, from Brigand and Gannet. The Briganet is sort of like the ship commander, or the bosun, the person who's operating the day-to-day activities. They are not the ones doing the stealing. They're the ones who organize, direct, and command the Wingull, who do the stealing. Then finally, they evolve into Buccaneer, the combination of buff, puffin, and buccaneer. In order to maintain the order and control a Buccaneer has over the Wingull and Briganets that they command, Buccaneer are known to bury their hoards of food and goodies in secret stashes far away to keep their crews from mutiny. After all, if you kill the bird in charge, that means none of you know where all of the good stuff is buried. And then to reflect all this, Wingull now can get Pickup as an ability, as well as moves like Thief and Knockoff. Briganet can also have Frisk as well. And in lore, the Buccaneers are going to be a big explanation for why I'm bringing the Dowsing Rod key item back. Like, when you're finding key items, it's because a Buccaneer hid them there to keep them away from the rest of its flock. Oh gosh, I'm getting way too excited talking about all these, but I like to. Nose pass
I
line.
have to ask one question.
Mhm,
With all your pirates,
Mhm.
birds who are assholes,
Mhm.
how do they interact with the gentle slowpoke and, just people who want to fish?
I would be lying if I said that was not also a reason why Slowpoke in this region have evolved to be part electric.
That's fair.
Oh no, absolutely worth double checking for sure. Hear me out, the Wingull line can have Magician, an ability that steals items from the opponent if you aren't holding one. Ooh. Oh, that's very good. See, this is why I have people who know way more about Pokemon as a franchise of games than I do. Okay, next up is the Nose Pass line. Up until its collapse in 2003, one of New Hampshire's iconic cultural landmarks was the Old Man in the Mountain, aka Stoneface. The silhouette of a man emerging from the side of a mountain looking out over a landscape. I thought, what better Pokemon to make this a regional version of than the Nose Pass line? They're already a bunch of stone faces. I found out, though, that in its Abenaki origin story, it's surprisingly sad and kind of romantic. The origin story in the culture is that it is the spirit of a man waiting in eternal vigil for his love to return to him. Just waiting there night and day, season after season, keeping watch. So I decided that this is going to be, rather than a compass, this is a waypoint. This is the Vigil Pokemon. And the chat convinced me, and I absolutely agree, that ghost typing makes the most sense for him. Not even death will stop this spirit from keeping a lookout for those that it holds dear. And I think that's beautiful. Cast form. So this is one Ghost Rock type after all these years. That's right. I hadn't realized either that Ghost Rock just hasn't been done yet, which is frankly wild. Cast form. I think cast form makes more sense to me starting off as a pure flying type because it's a cloud. I don't think cast form could land and walk around if it wanted to. It can only fly. But it's based off of New England's very temperamental weather patterns. I grew up constantly hearing people of my parents' generation saying things like, if you don't like the weather in New England, wait 5 minutes. Now, its ability is going to be one of two potential options that I haven't been able to, that I'm still trying to think over it and think out. Either its ability will randomly switch the field to a new weather effect, regardless of what was already there, and it gives it a appropriate secondary typing. Whenever that weather would naturally wear off, it instead switches to a new weather type. Alternatively, maybe when the weather changes regardless, it gains a stacking stat boost to its special attack and defense, up to +3 stages, so every time it changes to a new weather, it gets a new stack of that. I'm not sure. I'm still not sold either way, to be honest. I just wanted it to be a little stinker of a Pokemon that if you have a opponent who's really fixated on setting up with Sunny Day or Rain Dance or any of the snow setup moves, this would just be a nice little screw you to them. Spheal. Spheal is one that definitely feels a lot shallower of a concept. I'll need to flesh it out more. But I'm thinking water rock for it. With no permafrost, icy biomes, or caves, the Spheal line in Novanaki adapted to be more at home among the rocky cliffs, coasts, and islands instead. I'm thinking of having it be inspired both as a mix of the literal rock seals that are on our coastlines, and perhaps something like rock divers. Maybe give it like a slightly more athletic spin to it. Okay, so a couple of these are also going to be verging into convergence instead of just variance. I think mechanically the setting random weather on switch in is good and stands out. I feel like it should be on switch and up to 5 turns. kept going, or a stat boost as one ability might be not only really strong but also hard to implement. That's a fair point. I do like the idea of it being ultimately out of even the player's control, so I think the random weather is a good thing to hold on to there. Yeah, if they have two abilities, one can be the random weather or boost some weather. Oh, that would be absolutely miserable to fight as a duo. Oh gosh. Okay, so I'll come back to the C dot line because it is the C dot and the Tynanimo lines because these are actually convergence. Snover. So after thinking it over, I think I am going to include traditional Snover, but there's now also an additional regional Snover based off of what season it is. Because this alternative Snover is now fire grass instead, based off of the absolutely gorgeous autumn colors that you get from deciduous trees throughout the fall season. The fire typing is less literal fire and more this is this variant Snover's ability to absorb the ambient moisture in their environments and projecting the heat left over as an attack.
That makes sense.
So Swoobat's line. This is my answer to the the depressing backstory of like Galarian Corsola's line. It's psychic flying to start off, but it has a split evolution. If you have 2 or more mushroom fungus-based Pokemon in your party when it would evolve normally, the exposure to the environment's intense fungal spores causes it to grow too restless and agitated to evolve normally, and they end up instead burning through all of that added evolutionary energy and evolve to a ghost flying type. This is the depressing backstory is this is based off of the white nose fungus, which is a type of fungus that started popping up in the 21st century in a lot of New England bat colonies. It causes their metabolic activity to get too intense during their winter hibernation. It wakes them up because they can't find any additional food. They end up dying because of it, hence the ghost flying typing. I could have picked another line, maybe like a Noivern, but Swoobat having that huge nose made the idea of having it have the white fungus visible on it and its new secondary option much more visually interesting. Don't worry, it still loves you. It's just also dead.
Yep, that's comforting.
Okay, this is another one that I thought of just a little later on. What if there was a secondary Ducklet evolution, but it was based off of Canadian geese and hockey players? It could be ice flying instead of water flying. And to go off of your idea, Pan, perhaps this split evolution Ducklet hockey player has an irrational hatred of any of the, oh god, what's it fucking called? Glalie. It has an irrational hatred of Glalie that it sees in its environment. Well, son, you loved your bat so much they died. It's okay. You should have heard what primates do in Paldea. But yeah, if this Canadian Goose hockey player Pokemon sees a Glalie, I'm so sorry, Pan. It is on site. Oh no, I was saying that because aren't they also inspired by, like, hockey goalies? They just, like, instinctively are trying to go on the attack. Okay, so also, I'm not including Eevee at all. I realize that might be a controversial choice, but that's because we have Eevee at home. May I present to you a silly little guy. A silly little guy. Named Clink. So easily forgotten. But not here in Novanaki. Not here in a region so steeped in the history and the culture that has sprouted out of the American Industrial Revolution. It was made here. It was industrialized. It was factory made here in New England. So while Clink evolves as normal to Clang, before it evolves to Kling Clang, you have to give it one of 6 different held items before it evolves, each of which are based after inventions or products that New England made famous or made in incredible volume or was just very well known to be made in New England. So if you give it the fiber threshers of a cotton gin, when it evolves into the regional Kling Clang, it gets grass as its secondary typing. Its stats change a little bit, and it gets access to additional grass moves. If you give it the components of a firearm, because, you know, Colts, Winchesters, rifles, pistols, New England was famous for those. If you give it firearm components, if you give this Pokemon a gun, it will come out as a Steel Fire Kling Clang. If you give it part of the paddle wheel of the power generating... Oh god, that's so good, man. If you give it part of the power generating water wheel, it gets Steel Water. But I decided that's not enough. You know, let's do another trinity, shall we? If you give it the delicate little models of stars and planets that you would find on an orrery, you know, the little mechanical models of solar systems, it gets Psychic as its secondary type. If you give it the crank from a power loom, it goes Steel Dark. And if you give it the disembodied torso of a wind-up toy soldier, Steel Fighting. Now you might be wondering, why is a power loom going to make it Steel Dark type? Well, let me tell you, New England factories weren't just leading forces for industrialization and mass production, they were also a leading force of horrifically injuring and killing its workers. And one of the biggest culprits of that were the power looms. These things killed so many children, let me tell you, because children Of course, there were no child labor laws back then, so children would get hired up by the factories and they would have to go in with their tiny little hands and get all of the little fiddly bits and fix them that none of the adults could reach. And let me tell you, if you think the Dark Steel Power Loom Kling Kling has never torn an arm off of a child, you are very wrong. And that's why it gets its Dark type.
Jesus Christ.
Look, history isn't always fun and games.
No, it's not. I just, my God, be.
Then, to wrap things up, we have two convergent lines that I'd like to talk about. First, I would like to talk about one of my favorite types of tree, one of my favorite types of tree byproduct, the humble maple tree, and the wonderful, wonderful maple sap and syrup that it produces. I thought it would be great. Maple trees.
No, the other word.
Sap and syrup?
Syrup, okay.
Yeah. You're telling me the US's Industrial Revolution led to harming people? What's next? You're gonna tell me the rich hate the poor? No, silly. That would imply that the rich think the poor are humans like them.
Right.
So, for the C. Convergent line, instead of being based off of oaks, fairies, tengu, yokai, we're going to be basing it off of some cultural counterparts. So instead of starting off as an acorn, this one starts off as a maple seed whirligig, a grass flying type. For those of you who have never seen a maple seed, they look like...
They look real goofy.
Yeah, they look like these. They're helicopters. They're nature's little helicopters. When they fall down, they spin around, and it is so fun when you're a kid growing up in New England just watching these little whirligigs fall off of maple trees. But yes, so it starts off as a grass-flying whirligig seed. From there, as it reaches the counterpoint to the nuzleaf form, we're still going in the general humanoid direction, but instead of dark type, we're getting fairy type, and instead of the tengu for our yokai inspiration, we're taking the tofu kozo. The tofu kozo is a yokai that pretends to be a humble young boy carrying around a block of delectable gourmet tofu decorated with a little maple leaf on its side. This is a real delicacy in Japan, but you better not take tofu from a tofu kozu, because if you do, it may be delicious, but you'll find magical spores of fungus sprouting up all over your body afterwards. So this is a similar concept. For our equivalent version here, if you take the treat that this convergent evolution is offering you, it will be delicious, but it will also cover you with a terribly sticky tree sap that will make it nigh impossible to really get unstuck from everything. Finally, oh, Sarah. Finally, for its second evolution, instead of going further towards Tenku, we are talking about the Pukwudgie. This is a lovely little fairy gnome-looking ass motherfucker from the native cultures of the Wampanoag tribes in Connecticut and Massachusetts. It looks like a tiny little pixie of a person, no wings, just a tiny little body. Real magical trickster vibes. They can shapeshift, they imitate sounds. They can sometimes be nice to people, but often they've been really burnt by people in the past, and so are just mean to humans by default. But also notably, while they look like a little sprite from the front, from the back, they really resemble a hedgehog more than anything else. So I figured, hey, the kabuki wig that Shiftry has, that looks like it could look a lot like a hedgehog back too. So then for the final evolution, we get Pukwudgie, hedgehog, maple syrup, all of that mushed together for our final Shiftry equivalent. Okay, and then the last of the Pokemon to talk about for now. I'm going to be doing another of these soon because I've been having a really fun time with this already, and it feels like a lot of people have been interested. So, I'm going to try to keep working on this, and as long as I am so externally motivated, y'all, as long as people keep showing up, I'm going to keep working on this. It's that simple. If I was to do this just for myself and my own enjoyment, fuck me, I would never do it. But if I'm doing it because other people also enjoy it, that's the trick. That's the trick. All right, so for our last Pokemon that we'll talk about for now, the convergent equivalent of the Tynamo line. I love Tynamo. I don't really use them because they're a little too fragile, but I love that we have a Pokemon based off of lampreys and eels and these fun, weird, slimy guys. But I was thinking, you know what? Why don't we have a leech Pokemon? Leeches are, in that convergent vein, kind of similar to lampreys and those kinds of sucker fish in its own way. Maybe we could do something with that. So the Tynamo evolution convergent, first off, it's a dark poison type. It is based off of the North American medicinal leech, which, yes, it is a leech used in medical practices. It is also based aesthetically off of plague doctors, and this one will require a little bit of explanation. Also based off of vampire hunters.
That's new.
So let me explain.
Okay.
The Tynamo convergent line, they are naturally drawn to sick people in Pokemon because they feed off of them. But rather than feeding off their blood, they are feeding off of the disease itself. So they may end up having to take some blood in the process, but they do actually eat and gradually remove infections from those that they feed off of, literally sucking it out of the body. It is the natural enemy of a disease-spreading Pokemon, a whole line of them called Nosferatu. They're vampire cows.
Yes, they are.
Okay, I lied. I will explain a little bit about this one because I can't just leave it on the cliffhanger of vampire cow Pokemon. I have to explain that at least a little bit.
Do you have to?
I mean, I don't have to, but I want to.
Okay, go ahead.
Down here they have the goat sucker, up here the cows are the suckers. So here's why this is a thing. This line of Pokemon, the Nosferatu line, which, by the way, the full evolutionary stage is the first stage, Cafula, second stage, Vampstyr, third stage, Nosferatu. They are based off of a really fascinating bit of 18th century New England history called the New England Vampire Panic. What happened is that there was a huge outbreak of tuberculosis, which, to people who don't know about the disease and how it's spread, it looks pretty similar to the symptoms we ascribe to victims of vampires. You know, people are getting very pale, very weak, their life is drained away, they're not able to. They're constantly losing energy and no one can quite tell why. And so when people died of this outbreak, they were ascribed to be victims of vampires. So people in New England started digging up bodies of recently deceased people to try to inspect them for signs of vampirism. And then they would basically try all of these different ways of disposing of the body to destroy it, like staking or decapitation or like burning the whole body. The problem is, in the process of doing all this, they were also exposing themselves to tuberculosis and then just further spreading it all. So I found that fun little bit of New England history and I decided, okay, we have to make a vampire Pokemon. But I didn't want to just do like something expected, like a bat. Bats have enough of a problem. We don't need to blame this on them too. So instead, we went looking at, okay, what is the animal most likely to give you tuberculosis? What's the animal that's the most common carrier? The spreaders of the human-animal interactions. And it turns out, most common animal source of tuberculosis for cross-species human infection, it's cows. So we now have this fun little role reversal of a species of actual blood-sucking animals, closer to vampires than anything, inspiring a species of disease-eating, vampire-hunting Pokemon that are naturally opposed to the vampire cows because they are the ones spreading the diseases that the leeches are eating. I don't know what else to say. If that doesn't sell you on the concept, I'm not going to be able to sell you on it.
It's your concept. I think you sold it.
Thank you.
I just
So,
the idea of a cow trying to take a bite out of me is really concerning.
oh, absolutely. Right from Cafula, all three of them have fangs.
Afula?
Cafula. That's its baby, its first stage, yeah, Cafula. Cafula evolves into Vampsteer, evolves into Nosferamu.
I should be more angry about this.
They actually tie into... Do they grow capes as they evolve? What do you take me for? A fool? Obviously. But yes, the means of catching a Nosferamu line Pokemon is actually something I'm going to touch on a little bit. Probably in one of our future game dev streams. Because I have some ideas. I don't know how to implement them yet, but I have some ideas, and I'm having fun with them. Okay, but yeah, that is everything for now. I'm going to probably be sharing the read and provide critique link to this project in Discord. I'm also going to be updating it with all of the Pokemon that we decided are ones that that we think, yeah, this definitely can be included. This makes sense. And yeah, that's pretty much everything. I hope y'all enjoyed, because this is definitely something I want to do again. So hopefully y'all enjoyed it, because I'm gonna do it at least one more time regardless. So
I'll fucking do it again, she says.
I will. And I will feel no remorse. Is this the face of a woman who will have any mercy when sharing her hyperfixations with you?
I can't tell. You're gonna have to zoom in and give me a better look. It's the half-lidded zero emotion. Yeah, you're right. You don't give a fuck.
It was okay, would watch every time you do this if able. Hell yeah. All right.
Nice.
But yeah, I think
As the person who caused this all to happen, you better be happy about
yeah,
this.
yeah, yeah. This is Pan's fault. Be sure to check out his continued work on his own region on his Ko-fi. You can, I'm sure you can find a link. Yeah, there was a link earlier up, but you can also find it, I'm sure, linked through his channel. But yeah, thank you all so much for swinging by and giving me some confidence in all this. You're doing a stream with Dev tomorrow at 12:30 p.m. EST. Let's see. I think that is part of my stream time, but I will definitely be lurking for that one. All right. Okay. Well, time to wrap up. So let's say thank you all very much. And
You're welcome.
yeah, let's pop
You
over
did it.
to just chatting.
I don't know what I did, but I'm here.
You sure
That's all
are.
you needed to know.
So thank you as always to our big supporters, our big kahuna tier supporters, Saradamon, Sir Bubble Buns, and Super Upsetty. To all of the subscribers that could swing by today, Hazel Dusty N, J Daggy, Just Called Fate, Tyrosar, and Zira Veronitas. And of course, because this stream would be absolutely nothing without people watching it, whether you're lurking, chatting, or anything else in between, thank you to all the viewers like you.
I do my best.
All right. Could I have one of my mods or subs use the exclamation socials command while I start looking? Thank you. Okay. The first link there is my card. Oh, also, sorry, Hazel. I know that I said that I was going to try out the new DLC stuff too, but I just got way too excited and into sharing this.
Oh, okay.
There was DLC.
For RoboQuest, one of the games we've played recently. Don't have anyone to save to do a Pokemon.
Fine with me. It's not going anywhere.
Alright. I'll see what we got. But right, the first link in the socials there is my card. If you'd like to see all the stuff I got going on in one fell swoop, or if you would like to get in touch for potential commission info, I'm probably gonna end up needing to get in touch with some artists myself if I'm gonna seriously do this for some custom sprite art. So if you want to help me raise money for that, that's cool. After that
You
is
know what
the
else is cool?
what?
You.
Aw. Thanks, Rusty.
You're welcome, Breasty.
After that, we have the Discord. I am basically always on there. If I am conscious, I am on Discord. And if I'm on Discord, I am absolutely down to hang out, talk, get to know y'all, because I am lonely and also very social. It is a terrible paradox that I live in, but is what I must be. Anywho, Twitter is after that.
Get it? Because her name is B.
After that is the Twitter. It's a shit show. Y'all know how it is over there. But if you would like to make sure you're regularly up to date on my schedules, those get posted over there and on Discord. Same with the artwork, or the artwork I do. And then finally the YouTube. I'm trying to shift towards YouTube for less every single VOD and more VODs of special things or collabs or curated content. So, this being the first of these projects, showcases is definitely going to be up there. So, yeah, hope to see you there for that. Next stream is going to be tomorrow at 12 p.m. EST as I bring up my schedule. Yes, it is going to be another Hard West Wednesday. So if you like your Wednesdays hard and full of cowboys, shooting other cowboys, the devil is also there for some reason, no one's quite sure. And by gum, I sure hope you decide to check out Hard West Wednesday tomorrow,
God damn it.
12 p.m. EST, right here. Alright. Let's see.
Shadow, it's me.
See, do I send people over to streamer that has a ton of viewers already but is celebrating an event, or let me see. I have to actually load in to make sure I'm not gonna be stuck with ads again first. But yeah, anyone have any thoughts or feedback from what we have so far?
No?
That I
think you
can
covered
think of.
everything. You did
Uh-huh.
great.
I'm gonna be in Discord, of course, the whole time. Friend of yours is a raccoon VTuber.
He
Right.
has a friend who's a ferret and a jackalope. And a hero.
Oh shit, that's a lot. That's a lot. I don't know if I have all of that. It is,
I think you have a lot of those friends.
let's see. Well, I was thinking of maybe raiding the last
I'll say, I don't even think chat
seahorse.
can hear us. I don't even think chat can hear us.
No, they can.
They can?
Oh, they can? You've changed it?
Right now, at least.
Oh. Oh, okay.
I mean, you're welcome to share the name, and I'll check them out. Hmm. Do I help Seahorse celebrate? I don't know. I feel like they've already got a lot of folks supporting them. I should probably go for someone smaller. Let's see. Oh, you know what? A friend of mine was in here. Well, I wasn't in here, but I was talking with them in another stream earlier, and I remember she was saying that she had a rough yesterday. So I think I'll throw us over to
Raid
her.
them. Raid them. Show them some love. Do it now.
You just need to wait for the ad to go through. Man.
In the words of Palpatine.
Why did they give us knock when we could have just had, like, hosting again? That was nice. Alright.
I miss hosting.
No, don't worry, Motionless. You didn't. Alright, so we are going to be raiding into Shinon. Shin. If you are coming along for the raid,
The raid.
here are some raid
I eat
messages
it?
you can use. anyone
I
can
don't
use the
recommend
first
getting Reddit.
one. If you have a subscription, you can also use the second one. And thank you so much for hanging out here. I really appreciate it. This has made my night. I have been feeling kind of iffy since I'm still recovering from my chronic pain flare up, but this has been really, really nice. And I'm so glad that people are as excited about this project's potential as I am. I really hope to work on it more with y'all real soon. For now, though, here is a hug, a smooch if you prefer. And until I see you again, take care of yourselves, okay? Because Sunbunny really cares about you. Bye-bye!